are my options. Aren't you tired of playing pretend with the shadows? Singing your praises of Jenna Soprano. Baby, I can't let you when you have ammo. You love to sleep with my demons on download. They love the confidence that came with it. They never loved the girl in those pictures. Now that it's overdone and all with it, getting a last cause before they miss it.
Man, I'm pissed off. Many thoughts inside my brain, I need to log off. My friends and family think I'm crazy, they can fuck off. Life sucks when I
Yeah, soul eater, I just sharpen my blade. That scythe got them running, but they end up in the grave. Got 99 souls, 100 more on my plate. I'm a servant of death, I drop hits, get paid, bitch. Kill them all, no one's doing this like me. Death squad, if they really wanna try me. 100 songs locked up, shit's frightening. About to drop them all, give a fuck about the timing. Little revive with a brand new bitch. Only Halloween vibes, and you know I never miss. I just let them all bite, cause they ain't gotta like this. Yeah, I live it up, but I never asked to exist, yeah. Bad moves when I walk in, they don't want the darkness. Yeah. When the fangs come out, spilling blood, let them rest in peace. Think it's time I invest in me. Fuck a me, meet the whole damn team. All red like the S&P. Not a day when the please don't speak. I know that you want it, try to hang it up, but then you pull me out the coffin. Got the devil flows, now they begging me to drop it. Now I'm taking over and there ain't no way to stop it. Saying like, I don't need fame, bitch, I'm way too focused. Got my team close, but my enemies closest. They ain't really ready for the skills I've been honing. Calling out for help, but nobody really noticed. So let the cemetery come alive. Now there's nowhere left to hide. Yeah, soul eater, I just sharpen my blade. That scythe got them running, but they end up in the grave. Got 99 souls, 100 more on my plate. I'm a servant of death, I drop hits, get paid, bitch. Kill them all, no one's doing this like me. Death squad, if they really wanna try me. 100 songs locked up, shit's frightening. About to drop them all, give a fuck about the timing. Little revive with a brand new bitch. Only Halloween vibes, and you know I never miss. I just let them all bite, cause they ain't gotta like this. Yeah, I live it up, but I never asked to exist, yeah.
Blowing. How's everybody doing? Wah, 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 wah. Is everybody ready to watch like 3 to 4 hours of fucking cutscenes again? Can't fucking wait. Let me see if there's anybody I gotta lurk for real quick. Oh, excuse me. No, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. How are the cutscenes handled in this game? No clue. Well, hopefully, the mobile games are actual, because it looked like they were good cutscenes. I could be wrong, but I know the 358 and Recoded. I think like they had cutscenes and there was a lot of fucking dialogue, so I might have to fucking read and talk. I don't know. I kind of hope not, but I might have to. I might have to read it out loud. So I'm not too sure. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. And then we gotta watch another video, I believe, after. But I'm not too sure. I know I saved them. Where are they? Right here. Yeah, I don't remember which one. I think we were going to do, I think what, Union Cross, right? We were going to do Union Cross and then Arc Road? Let me make sure it's the right fucking order. I'm typing it in the wrong fucking one. Mobile game order, I guess. Implies there's a lot of text. Yeah. So that's why I'm gonna pick the one that's shorter. That says it's all that it's explained. So I'm gonna go with that, hopefully. It's by the same person. So I kind of just want an explanation. I don't want like a full fucking thing, you know? And it's by the same dude, like fucking all the videos, so. There's gonna be Kingdom Hearts X, Union Chains, Unchained X, and Union X, and isn't like one of them the same as the other, right? I should have made sure about this before, but how you doing, by the way, Jug? Hopefully you're doing pretty good. That's what you need, sometimes it's a free bird. Yeah, so it's the same as Unchained, I think. Okay, cool. So all we need is X back cover, Union X, and Dark Road. Okay, so we have a lot to watch today. We can watch X and X back cover on the PlayStation because that comes with the fucking game. So that's what we're gonna do. And then we're gonna watch the video for Union Cross. And then after that, I do have one that's for Dark Road, which is like 25-ish minutes. So, and then that's like that. I think fucking Dark Road is the whole story between Eriquis and fucking Xehanort and their little gang. So yeah, we got this shit fucking planned out. It's gonna take the whole fucking stream. That's all I'm saying, probably, because the one on the game is about 80 minutes. That's an hour and 20, and then we got another we got like another hour after that for Union Cross, and then 25 for Dark Road. So we got a lot. I haven't heard this dude's voice, actually. I should probably listen to that real quick. Not a bad voice. Not a bad voice. Not bad voice. Not bad voice. Cool. Alright, cool. So now today and tomorrow? Fuck yeah. That's gaming time, boyo. It's that good gaming time. I should probably post it on live on Twitter. I kind of don't care too much to post on Twitter, but I guess. I was gonna put cute scenes. What the fuck? From Hearts X X back cover Union X and Dark Roads today. Cool, there we go. What the hell is that thing floating? Cool. Alright, cool, we're good. Gonna grind out some Armored Core. That's not Diablo 4. I'm gonna see if I play some Diablo 4 after stream. If not, I'll probably play a little bit of Fortnite since that new season, or like the season ends tomorrow. And I at least want to get the Golden Peely. You know, I don't really care about Golden Ragnarok too much, but I mean, if I could get it, I could get it. But I don't think I'll be able to, in all honesty, unless I play a shit ton. If there's gonna be an event for Fortnite tomorrow, I'm probably gonna stream that, and then we're probably gonna stream not probably, we are gonna stream Lethal Company after that. So yeah, most likely I'll be going live with that Fortnite event. I'm gonna get copyrighted up the ass because it's Eminem. Because literally that, I think Fortnite or some other fucking sources said, oh yeah, warning to content creators, there's a lot of copyright in this event. So I'm just like, okay, you know, thanks for the heads up, but I kind of don't care, you know. About to get boomed. Yeah, we're about to get boomed into a whole different fucking universe or some shit. I don't know, we'll see. All right, let me turn on the PS4 so we can watch X and X back cover. Because we gotta get this going like now, if I want to get all in one fucking stream and not go over the time. I don't mind if I go over the time a little bit, but you know, if I could not, that'd be cool. And then after that, we finally go play Aqua again in fucking you know, Fragmentary Passage. Movie time. Movie. Oh, you know what? I forgot to put stream avatars. Whoopsies. Let me get that up. Ba 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 bum 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 bum. Wow. And then we gotta play Melody of Memories. At one point, I'm pretty sure I'll buy it after we beat Kingdom Hearts 3. Just play that for a little bit. I don't think it's lore or anything like that, if I'm not mistaken, but you know, we'll play it just in case. Just a rhythm game, you know. It seems pretty fun. Yeah, and plus I get to see all my babies, you know. Yes, X back cover. What's the extras? Sorry, it's just the wallpaper. I can't get. How much would I bet? I can't get it. I'm gonna be mad if this is like the only one I can get. Oh, I don't have my fucking capture card up. Yeah. Oh. Ah, yeah. Because I have the EU version, apparently. Alright. Let's do X back cover. Is X and X back cover the same? Right? I don't know. X back cover the same, question mark. Big dirty biomes on, yeah, they fucked me over. Okay, yeah, it's an animated film, that's all it is, but it's I guess it's the animated film for X. Okay, well, fuck it. It's an animated thing, so fuck it. Yeah, Amazon fucked me over. That's okay though. All right, let's get it going. We're going back to where it all started. Ow, you bitch, toxic. From a different perspective or something. I don't know. I'm not too sure. Not too sure. Oh, this game supports autosaves. Yes. That looks pretty nice. Oh, it's so nice. Alright, well, subtitles on. All right. Let me know if you guys want the volume up a little bit more. I kind of wish I played the mobile game, honestly. I played it for like a little bit and then I kind of stopped. I should have played more. We'll probably need to watch like a video for fucking actual X, like explanation. We'll see though. It's the Masters of Masters. I fucking hate those dudes. Well, they're like called Invisibles or something like that. Fucking for Kingdom Hearts 1. Fuck them. I wish it was still going, but they shut down the servers. I don't know for what reason. Us area in general just weird. Yeah, they were tough as fuck. You know, with how much of a Kingdom Hearts fan I am, I'm really surprised I just said fuck the mobile game. I don't know why. You can still download, what was it? Cause I downloaded it earlier or yesterday or like some other day. You could download fucking Union X and you can still play that apparently. You can still play it, but it's offline. It's not online to play with people, I guess. I guess it's just going through the whole fucking thing. And that's the Keyblade War. But yeah, because wasn't the Keyblade War like against the fucking like against the 6 factors, like all together, right? Or like fighting each other, I believe. So, was it 6 factors? 7 factors? Because it's the 7 Wars of Light, right? Yeah, 7. Oh, it looks so good.
So that makes you the indisposable number 7. Huh. Come on, it's simple. U6 plus me is 7. Wait, don't tell me I don't count.
No.
Here, take it.
In the Master's playful and mischievous way, he gave his apprentice Lucio a very important role. What seemed like a simple task was the element that would connect all of the events to come.
So Zigbar is his apprentice? Because Zigbar is Lucio, right?
Long, long ago, all the worlds were still one. One day, this would be called the Age of Fairy Tales. It all began here in Daybreak Town. The Master of Masters had an eye that gazes into the future. He bestowed upon 5 of his 6 apprentices a copy of the Book of Prophecies, in which was written the events to come.
It looks so good.
So, did you look through the book?
Yes. But I'm still analyzing
Only
it.
5 of them.
Wow,
Is he
no
trying to
good
start a
skin
war?
for you, huh?
I just prefer to be thorough. Master, is what it says in the last passage true?
Oh yeah, that. Bummer, huh?
Yes.
By the way, if one day I suddenly disappear, I'm counting on you to keep the others calm, okay?
Huh? Disappear?
He sounds like
Vanish?
fucking
Dim, fade,
Zigbar.
I don't know how to explain.
But this is the Master of
It's
Masters,
just
right?
hypothetical talk.
Okay.
This world is full of light. It's a world comprised of many smaller worlds, all connected, stretching as far as the eye can see. One great light protects us all throughout this vast land. All worlds share one light, one fate.
I take it you're talking about Kingdom Hearts.
Yep, you're right on the money. People believe that the light that is Kingdom Hearts will be here forever. But if it were to disappear, the world would be enveloped in darkness.
I understand. That is why you granted us these Keyblades. With these, we can spread the teachings of light. And we can protect Kingdom Hearts from darkness.
No, they're not for protecting Kingdom Hearts.
Huh?
The final passage reads, "On that fated land, a great war shall transpire. Darkness will prevail, and the light expire."
Isn't it our duty as Keyblade wielders to prevent this war from taking place?
Not possible.
What?
You really think you can change the future?
Then, what do you want us to do?
We have to focus on what comes after. There's no use thinking of ways to change events that we know are gonna happen.
But what about all of those who are here now? And the ones who will be here when the darkness finally comes? Are we to abandon all of them?
Come on, are you telling me that you think the world can be saved by just 7 people?
We have to at least try. With enough Keyblade wielders, we could...
Well, if you want to give it a shot.
Yes.
Alrighty, good luck.
Damn, alright, just... Okay.
And so the reliable Era, who wore the mask of the unicorn, was given his role to take over for the Master and to lead the others. Similarly, the virtuous Envy, who wore the mask of the snake, was given her role to watch over the others with a fair eye. The fearless Aced, who wore the mask of the bear, was given his role to support their brand new leader, Era. The prudent Ava, who wore the mask of the fox, was given her role to prepare exceptional Keyblade wielders for the world after. The cool-headed Gula, who wore the mask of the leopard, was given his role to uncover the mystery of the Book of Prophecies. Lushu, the first of the apprentices to be given their role, watched his companions from afar as they learned what it was that they were meant to do. Then, he disappeared. Not long after that, the Master vanished, dimmed, and faded without a trace.
I just want to know why the Masters of Masters and Lushu, aka
This
fucking
is where your
Zigbar,
story
are the only
began.
ones wearing the hoodies.
The story of your very own adventure.
Dark side.
5 of the Master's apprentices armed themselves with the Book of Prophecies. They each created a union. This would fulfill his wishes. Then, they set out to rally Keyblade wielders just like you. By defeating Heartless, the monsters of darkness, they would gather light.
X back cover. Or Chi, I don't know. I like saying X better. Cool table.
There's a traitor among us.
Are you certain? What proof do you have?
It's just the plot of Hegel, goddammit. Oh, it's a little man.
Found this sniffing around.
Is that a dark Cherothy?
Is that a nightmare?
Little baby Cherokee.
Master, did you make this?
He's sleeping.
Well, things are gonna get pretty hectic around here soon. But this spirit Chirithy is gonna make your lives much easier. Hopefully.
Sorry.
You could say they're like cats or dogs. And they'll be your loyal pets. Every wielder will have one of these adorable little guys at their side.
He's a
They're here to
dream
help,
eater, right?
So play nice.
Okay.
Oh, right. Before I forget. If a wielder is overcome by malice, or rather if their heart is tainted by darkness, their adorable little spirit will turn dark and become a nightmare.
So you're telling us that if we see a nightmare,
Someone has fallen into darkness.
So dream eaters have been a thing for a
Exactly.
while?
And if you don't stop this renegade spirit, it'll plant darkness in the hearts of others. And
Look
you'll
at him
have
go.
an army of nightmares on your hands. Beware.
So, if we see one of these nightmares anywhere, we have to get rid of it on the spot.
No! I won't let you do that!
No wonder you ended up as the bear. You're scary.
Yeah.
Your point?
Maybe you can growl at them.
Ugh, don't insult me!
come on, Hassan. You won't know if it works unless you try.
Please tell me you're joking. It's not me!
There's an easy way to solve this. If we all summon our spirits, then we'll know.
Unfortunately, there are countless wielders in our unions. It would be easy for any of us to summon a Chirithy that isn't a nightmare. I'm afraid that your suggestion wouldn't help us get to the bottom of this.
Yeah, in that case, who's to say that the nightmare you saw belongs to one of us? It could belong to anyone in our unions.
That's highly unlikely. Do you recall the tool the wielders were given in order to make them stronger? We generally don't concern ourselves with what they have at their disposal. However, I believe those tools were the nightmare's doing.
The
Such a
bangles,
nice table.
I know when they're equipped, they have the power to collect dark energy. But I thought we all agreed that was okay.
Collecting is fine, but using that power is the equivalent of using the power of darkness.
It's a brilliant plan. Everyone knows that all spirits look the same, and wielders exist in spades. There's no way to tell.
Oh no. Everyone's already equipped their bangles.
So what now? How do we find out who's behind this?
Seeing as those bangles couldn't have been acquired by just anyone, I believe it's one of us here in this room.
No, Ira. I respectfully disagree. What proof do we have that the bangles are tied to the power of darkness, or if a nightmare is to blame? We shouldn't simply jump to conclusions.
Ira, some leader you are. You've managed to plant seeds of doubt in all of us with that speech. What, did you expect the traitor to give themselves up with that accusation of yours? That was foolish.
Ased, that's quite enough.
It looks to me like the Master made the wrong choice.
Wait, where
Damn.
do you think you're going?
I think we're done here. I trust you'll keep us all updated.
I hope we can all resolve this soon.
That didn't go as expected.
What's wrong, Ira? This isn't like you.
A lost page. Something's missing from our book of prophecies.
Fuck off, controller.
Each of our copies were said to contain the events of the future. But this incident, well, it's nowhere to be found.
And how does this whole thing with the traitor tie together?
Like I said, it's nowhere to be found. In my book.
Ira, are you implying that someone is in possession of the missing page? And the person with the complete book is the traitor?
There is something going on, and a page is suspiciously missing from the book. It's not so far-fetched to assume that the one who has the lost page has been turned, that they have fallen into the hands of darkness. Trust me.
There seems to be no record of
Hey,
it
Wolf.
in my book either.
I'm doing pretty good. How you doing?
You may be onto something.
How you doos?
I wonder, could this have been the Master's plan all along? To grant the lost page to only one of us?
We have no way of knowing.
Good thing. Yeah, I'm glad you're doing good.
The Master is gone.
I understand what you were saying. I promise to keep a close eye on the others. I will keep you informed, as always.
Thanks.
Of course. After all, that is what the Master asked of me.
Her voice is nice. I like her voice.
And Ira, may your heart be your guiding key.
They said the line.
So, to sum it up, I'll need you to observe the others. Easy breezy.
All right.
Like I said, Ira may have to take over for me. But don't be shy. Just be fair. And do not be afraid to speak up. Even though I say observe, you'll need to be the mediator. Make sure people get along.
I understand. But without you or Luciu, to form and maintain our own unions is... it's a little unnerving, to be honest.
Oh, come on. Lighten up a little. Maybe I'll never disappear. Wait. Do you want me to go?
What? No, of course not.
I was just kidding.
Oh, I see.
Look, I get that change can be hard for everyone, but things need to keep moving forward. And you need to keep up. Otherwise, you'll just get left behind, all alone.
Why does his voice sound so
Now that
familiar
you know
to
what
me?
the future holds, Invi, what does your heart say? May your heart be your guiding key. I say it all the time. You ultimately need to do what your heart feels is right.
Right.
Few days later.
I was wrong about Ira. I thought he would make a great leader, but he let me down. Well, what do you two think? You don't believe what Ira said, do you?
Of course not. His argument was unconvincing. It's like Invi said. He's just making baseless assumptions given the situation. There's no evidence to tie his accusations to anyone, let alone one of us.
Maybe there's something he hasn't told us.
And he needs to tell us. How dare he look at us with suspicion? We're his comrades.
I wouldn't call us comrades. Anyway, could you get to the point? I know you didn't call us here just to complain.
I want the three of us to form an alliance.
But alliances
Oh.
are forbidden, I said.
I knew it. I had a feeling it would come to this. So, we join forces, then confront Ira?
Is this how it all
Confronting
fucking
him is
starts?
pointless. Ira won't change his mind. I know there's darkness at work. There's no question. But I don't believe for a second there's a traitor among us.
Among Us?
Unfortunately,
Sorry.
Ira doesn't share the same belief. He's just wasting time trying to figure out who the traitor is. The darkness won't wait, and neither should we. We need to band together now and find a way to fight it.
Guess it makes sense.
I agree that we need to do something to fight the darkness. But combining our unions? That was strictly forbidden by the Master.
He's no longer here.
I'm in.
Kinda true though.
But let's be clear. The alliance is just between the two of us right now. I don't want my union members involved.
Gula! I want to follow the Master's teachings.
Understood. That's your choice to make. You should do whatever you feel is right.
Yeah.
By the way, Ascend, do Ira and Envy know?
I haven't talked to Ira about it for obvious reasons, but I did ask Envy to join us.
You wanted to see me? Gula, Ava, what are you doing here? What's the meaning of this?
Hear me out, Envy. I want an alliance among our unions. Gula here has already agreed. Will you join us? And together we can...
And disobey the Master's teachings?
We don't have a choice. Darkness is approaching, and we need to combine our strength to stand against it.
The Master bestowed each of us with a different role, and he specifically told us to keep our union separate, to maintain the balance of power. He told us that any imbalance would lead to a desire for more power, which leads to darkness. I know you haven't forgotten. Perhaps it's you who has been tainted by darkness.
Oh.
I'm tainted by darkness? Then what about you, Envy? You spy on us and report everything you see back to Ira. You really think you have no darkness in your heart after what you did?
I mean, it's her job, yeah.
To observe us, yes, but not to disclose everything we say and do to Ira.
That's...
For all we know, you and Ira could be allies, scheming behind our backs.
That's enough.
Huh.
When will it stop? I don't want us to turn against each other.
Master Ava.
Oh.
It's
hello.
you.
Your name is Ephemer, right?
Uh-huh.
Ephemer.
Hey, can I join you?
That's the guy that we see in Kingdom Hearts 3.
Why the long face? Did something happen?
Long day. Do you remember what you asked me before? About why the unions compete against each other instead of working together. Actually, I always wondered the same thing.
Huh? Isn't it just because the Master said so?
Yes. And as such, we must obey. The Master said so, so it is. But lately, I've really started to wonder. You once told me that you were looking for answers. That you wanted to solve the mysteries of this world. Well, I think that's how things should be. We need to question things and think for ourselves.
Whoa! You are really not yourself today. I guess even foretellers have their off days. Hey, maybe talking about the book will cheer you up.
Not a chance.
Aww.
You were trying to pull a fast one on me, weren't you?
No.
No, I was joking.
If you say so. But to be honest, I think it would be great if all the unions could work together. And
Fuck you, Toxic.
You know, I made a friend from another union today. Wasn't much of a talker, maybe just shy. We're meeting again tomorrow.
No sound effects.
That sounds like so much fun. Then you'd better
More.
get some sleep.
Okay.
Bye.
Well, it was nice talking to you. I don't know what's got you down, but please cheer up.
She gives such Kyrie vibes, and I love it.
If the worst happens,
Yeah.
I'd be glad to leave the future to the kids who see the world in the way that you do. Let the wind carry you far, far away. My dandelions.
Envy, have you learned something?
It seems Ased and Gula's unions are now allied.
So Ased is the traitor after all.
No, I don't believe he is.
Why's that?
To Ased, unification is a means of gathering strength to oppose the darkness. So I believe his heart still belongs to the light.
Even so, forming alliances was strictly forbidden by the Master.
Yes, and his teachings are absolute. That's why I will try and persuade Gula to dissolve their alliance.
Then I'll do it.
No. Please, let me do the talking. Your intervention will do nothing more than spur Ased's anger.
All right. I'll leave it to you.
And one more thing. Ased has begun to question the two of us. As a precaution, my reports will be less frequent. I don't want him to get the wrong idea. Please understand.
Yes, I do.
You know, I'm kind of upset at myself for not playing the mobile game because my name could have been in Kingdom Hearts 3 forever. You know, and I'm so upset about that. That would have been so great, but I just didn't play it. And damn. Yeah, actually, like at the end, where fucking where you're fighting fucking the org, and you see all those names on the side. That's from the mobile game. Those are actual player names. Yeah.
The Alliance. I think it's time to call it quits.
I'm upset. I should have fucking actually played and tried to get my name on it.
To put it simply, I entered this alliance thinking we were preparing to fight some impending darkness, but it hasn't come. In fact, there haven't been any suspicious incidents recently.
Yeah, so I'm a little upset at myself. Like, I should have. My name could have been in Kingdom Hearts lore forever.
This alliance is meaningless. Even Envy agrees.
Oh,
Envy?
Damn, you slipped up, my dude.
You weren't supposed to find out.
Is Envy the one who told you to break our alliance?
Maybe. But I'm the one who decided to do it. And I've already told you why.
But we don't even know who the traitor is yet!
And that's exactly why.
I need to rewind to 2016. I know, right? If I could, oh, I'd grind the fuck out of that game.
I just can't trust anyone but myself.
Don't you realize you won't stand a chance against the darkness on your own?
Sorry, my mind's made up.
She could have been known, goddammit.
Envy, you will regret this.
Case of acid.
Been here long? My bad.
No.
I said. My bad. I said acid. I said.
So, what did you want?
You didn't forget, did you? You're the one who called me here.
Lighten up! I was just kidding. I didn't forget. Give me a little credit here. I was just testing you.
Right.
Now then, allow me to tell you about your role. You're going to be Ira's right-hand man.
What? You're his right-hand man? What do you mean?
Well, Vera's gonna be the new leader after I'm gone, you see. So, just stand by. Don't disappoint.
Explain to me, Master. What do you mean Ira's going to be leader?
What? Is that disappointment I hear? Did you want to be leader?
No! I mean, if you had asked me to be the leader, that's a different story, but I wasn't trying.
You really want to be leader, huh?
Well...
He likes fucking
That just isn't enough.
control
Any chump
and
can
power.
You, here's a huge promotion. Good job. And make you head honcho. But enthusiasm alone doesn't make a great leader. Ira needs someone like you to give him a push in the right direction.
I agree. Ira is definitely the most worthy among us. I'm sure he'll make a fine leader.
Then it's settled.
He's
Wait,
disappointed
I agree
in
that
that.
he is worthy, but why do we need a new leader, Master? Does that mean you will no longer be teaching us?
Well, I might disappear one day. Well, I might disappear.
Disappear? Why? Where?
Speak up sooner if you're listening. It was embarrassing for me. Anyway, I don't know if I'm gonna disappear or not. It's anyone's guess right now.
But...
In any case, you need to support Ira. We both know he's quite serious. He's always just thinking and thinking and thinking behind that unicorn mask of his. So everyone will be counting on you to spur him into action.
Right.
You might not be entirely happy with your role, but just know that it's the most important one. Capiche? Now, shall I elaborate? Making Ira the leader is all good in theory, but sometime later you might think, he's terrible at this. In which case it'll be your job to step up. Who knows? Your leadership might be just what everyone needs. And that is your true role.
That's all he wanted to hear, yeah. Him making an alliance is just so he could be fucking
guiding key.
leader.
Best of luck, I said.
So every single fucking
It's been
role
over a year since the Master left.
has its own purpose, and
Time
that's
for
why
me
like
to fulfill
they all
my
clash
true
heads
role.
constantly. What the fuck? That was a cool fucking move.
Why do you get in my way?
Don't be so conceited. I'm protecting the balance, just like the Master told us to. You need to come to your senses.
If we don't do something, light will expire. Then we won't be able to avoid the grim future that awaits. We need to defy the Master's teachings to protect the world.
You're saying he
crying.
was wrong?
He's not here anymore. I won't let his prophecy come true. I won't let the world fall into darkness.
But by fighting each other is making his prophecy come true. Alright. But that's how the fucking Keyblade War goes down, because they're all fucking butting heads and shit, can't agree. Ah, look at him! Charity!
Ava, over here!
Envy, Assad, what's going on?
I found out who the traitor is. Regrettably.
Yeah.
No, that's not true.
Ava, there's no time to lose.
heart be my guiding key.
Holy fuck. So wait, he had the last fucking page? Or the missing page? Or did he get it from Asad? No, the master's gonna give it to him, huh?
Master. Master?
I see.
If you're busy, I can always come back later.
Sure. Oh, no, stay. Now, where? Ah, here it is.
Yeah.
What's this?
Go on, read it.
This is from the Book of Prophecies. But...
Yep. It's a page that's not in any of your books.
And what's written here is...
Your role. You must find the traitor hidden among you, and stop them before it's too late. And in order to help you find the traitor...
I get it. That's why you gave us all different roles, isn't it? If anyone deviates from the job they were given, we can easily conclude that they are the traitor. It's brilliant.
Way to steal my thunder, show off.
Huh?
It's not fair. My plan was supposed to blow your mind with its grandeur. Your jaw should have hit the floor at my sheer genius.
I'm sorry?
God damn it, Toxic.
Was my logic flawed?
Oh, you were right.
No, you were right on the dot.
I guess now you've earned your time in the limelight. Even though there is a traitor, act normal and keep focused. Trust no one but yourself.
So he wasn't the traitor for having that fucking page, but he knew that, you know, Asad was technically going to be the traitor for stepping out of line.
Trust no one but myself.
Only face reveal. Maybe Kingdom Hearts 4, who knows? I like to see their faces, yeah. That would defeat the purpose.
Gula.
Are you gonna die? Cause they beat your ass?
Do you want to know what my role is?
Huh?
The books we were given are incomplete. There's a lost page.
Lost page?
On that page, it is written that there is a traitor. The master told me to find and stop that person.
Damn.
I called you my comrade. But never again, Gula. It doesn't matter to me if you think I am the traitor, and you want to strike me down. You knew there was a traitor, and you just watched silently as we fought each other.
He had to make sure who it was.
I won't forgive you for that.
You can barely stay on your feet. Just give up already.
Don't you underestimate me!
Oh shit.
Please stop! Why did it have to come to this?
He's having his Eriquist moment. I don't know. I feel like that was more of a Terra moment, in all honesty, because he kind of gives off Terra vibes and Terra emotions, you know? I mean, he does have Terra's color scheme, in all honesty. And he's supposed to be, you know, brute force, like fucking Terra.
Come to finish me off? And make it quick.
That's
Sorry.
not what brought me here today. I wish to fulfill the role bestowed upon me. That's all. It isn't our place to try to change the events of the future. That is not our mission. We're here to make sure that light lives on. With only 5 lights, we can't afford to lose any.
You still count me as
God damn
one
it,
of the
Toxic.
5 lights?
Of course.
Only you could be such a good guy after everything we've been through. But hey, I guess that's one of the reasons I respect you so much. However, we still might only be 4. I'm talking about Gula. He's using the knowledge of something called the Lost Page. He said that it contains events that are missing from all of our books.
So it's technically
using it to discover and
Gula,
apprehend
the traitor,
whoever is the
technically?
traitor.
I don't fucking know.
Claims that's his role. But who knows what his real intentions are? What I do know is that I'll never forgive him for hiding the fact that he knew someone would betray us. That's the biggest betrayal of all.
Could be him, isn't it?
I'd like to believe that Gula was simply carrying out his role. Aset, I'll deal with this matter. Please keep it to yourself for now.
Understood.
I need to see that lost page.
He gives us very traitorous vibes.
Why did you tell Ira? It had to be you, because you were the only one who knew where we were hiding. Didn't you think for a second that your actions could be making things worse than they already are?
And why should that even bother you? Not only do you have your union, but you've also gathered the finest Keyblade wielders from other unions, and you're training them in a secret location, aren't you?
Yes, because that is my role!
I had no idea. I apologize. I overstepped.
No. I shouldn't have snapped at you either.
Aqua and Kyrie.
What did Ira want?
I don't know exactly. He just asked me to give up Gula. His eyes, they were scary. I was worried he'd do something awful. I knew I couldn't tell him where Gula was. Then he turned around and walked away.
I see. And Gula? How is he doing?
I don't know. He's gone.
Oh, excuse me. God. Look at him. Charity.
Someone's coming. They're headed straight this way.
Fuck off.
Take care of him. Ira? Is something wrong?
I know Gula's here.
What?
Tell me where he is.
But why? What are you going to do?
None of your concern.
Don't.
What?
I won't let you near him.
So that's it. All right. I'll go.
Gula, what are you doing?
Something happened?
Ira was here. He wanted me to give you up.
I knew it. It's finally come to this.
Come to what?
Everyone wants to know about the lost page.
The lost page?
Yeah. It's a page the Master gave me. It doesn't exist in any of our books. It contains a passage about an inevitable betrayal. It talks about the one who bears the sigil. That's it. So, I don't know what to make of it, to be honest. My role is to find out who it is. I suspected Ased and went to confront him. And look what happened.
Why are you telling me this, Gula? I have enough to think about, keeping with the Master's teachings and my role.
Always walking the straight and narrow. I'm a fool for basing my actions on what is written on that lost page. Everything in the passage is ambiguous at best. That's why I need to find out.
But how?
By asking the Master.
But he's not here anymore.
I'm going to summon Kingdom Hearts.
Oh?
Then he'll have no choice but to come back.
Summoning Kingdom Hearts is forbidden!
That's exactly why. The only way to get him back is to break the rules. If things don't change, the entire world is doomed. But in order to go through with it, I'll need Lux. I don't have nearly enough. You always do the right thing. Help me with this.
I'm sorry. I know you want the Master to return. But you don't know how summoning Kingdom Hearts will affect the rest of the world. The Master, he forbid it for a reason. I'm afraid I can't help you.
I see. May your heart be your guiding key.
He walking like a zombie.
Ghoul's on a mission to collect Lux.
Ah. That explains why Ased and Ira are as well. They're trying to maintain the balance. But that isn't the balance we were expected to keep. If everyone's collecting light solely for themselves, Keyblade wielders will soon turn against one another, which will lead to the Keyblade War.
And what's written in the book, all of it will happen.
Light will expire.
Envy, what are you going to do?
I'll gather Lux too. No matter what, the balance must be kept. Ava, you do the same. We must delay the inevitable.
Right.
Stop playing game, just watch this. Goddamn it, Toxic. It's interesting so far. Like, I don't know anything about the fucking mobile game at all. You know. Case of Ava.
What's written in the last page of the book is gonna happen. The entire world will be lost to darkness.
But Master, isn't there anything we can do?
Well, that's what brings me to your role. You might just be the only hope of keeping light from expiring.
Hope? Master, what is it that you need me to do? Oh.
Don't get involved in any battles. Forget the notion of unions. Find Keyblade wielders with potential and create an entirely separate organization. Then, like the seeds of a dandelion, let them fly to another world. They will keep the light alive.
You really think that I'm the right person for this?
Ava, you're the only person for this.
I understand. Today you're here to continue with your training for our mission. This session may seem like it's familiar to you, but in a world that is different, one made of dreams, you are our hope. A war will soon wage. Those who strive to protect the light will turn their weapons on their allies for the sake of loyalty to their own unions. To be honest, I don't know how far I can guide all of you. What you must remember is that anyone can lose themselves to the darkness. However, there will be no winners. Everything will be lost. Except all of you who are the seeds of hope. When the time comes, and there is war, you mustn't fight, but instead you must fly away from here to the world outside. This training is to help you fulfill this crucial task. The future is in all your hands, as is the world's light. May your hearts be your guiding key.
Speak created and carry, so I have a strong connection for the future. I don't know. Not sure right now. Case of Lushu.
The gazing eye? It's not what it's called.
That's not what it's called.
What then? Actually, no name. No name. Well, gazing or not, that Keyblade does have an eye in it. My eye, to be exact. Ew! Oh, you think that's gross, do ya?
Ew!
No.
Ew!
Yeah, sure. Anyway, about your role.
Ew!
You need to pass down that Keyblade to your apprentice and then him to his, so that my eye can see the future.
So the Book of Prophecies.
Bingo! The fact that it exists is proof of your success. That means you've trained a worthy apprentice, passed down that handsome Keyblade, and fulfilled your role. Congratulations! What's the matter?
So,
come on, you did
Lushu
a fantastic job.
trained Xehanort?
At least smile a little.
But I haven't done anything yet.
Good point. Guess you better get started then. Unfortunately, you'll have to go alone from here on out. No Book of Prophecies to keep you company either. I can't have you causing any temporal paradoxes. But hey, we both know you'll do just fine without it, right?
Do I really have to go alone? What about the others?
Minor details, so don't sweat it. For now, you, that Keyblade, and this box need to stay out of sight. Just watch with your own eyes, and my eye, of course, as things unfold between the others. Then, when the time is right, go off and do your thing.
What's in it?
It's a secret. And, well, you see, the thing is, you can never, ever open it.
Great, now I really want to know.
Yeah.
All right. I'll indulge you. But this secret stays between the two of us, and you have to promise never to open the box.
I promise. But why?
You'll see.
Why do I feel like the Masters of Masters is also Lushu, but from the future? I don't know. Because Lushu is also fucking Zigbar, pretty much, you know?
May my heart be my
And
guiding
then,
key.
so that means Ziggy pretty much trained fucking Xehanort, which is fucking weird. Reconnect Kingdom Hearts. Oh, that's it? I thought there was more, huh? So literally it's all the roles are just to set up for the Keyblade War because it's supposed to happen. So no matter what they tried to do, what they were doing was gonna eventually still lead to the Keyblade War because it was supposed to happen. You know? And the only reason why there's still light and Keyblades around is because of Ava, because she was secretly training fucking Keyblade wielders from other fucking unions to fucking just, you know, get out of there once the war fucking starts. Huh. It's still so confusing to me. You know, we'll probably know a little bit more in fucking Union X and fucking Dark Roads probably, but there's too much fucking time travel shit, you know? There's too much future shit and it confuses me, you know? Because fucking at first we had fucking Xehanort going to the past to talk to his younger self to do everything for the future self. And then now we have fucking we have Lushu being told by the master that everything that he's gonna do has already been done, so he's got to do it again, pretty much, to you know, to have everything. It's fucking confusing, you know. Not to mention that Lushu is fucking also Zigbar, and then that technically Zigbar trained fucking Master Xehanort to be a master and to start this whole fucking Xehanort saga shit, pretty much. I'm fucking lost. It's a little confusing, but I understand it too, which is also confusing. Back to the beginning again. What, this? It's just sort of like amazing. Yeah, because all their roles were specifically given to fucking lead to the same fucking spot, no matter what they fucking did. Even if they went left or right or backwards or straight, it was all gonna lead to the beginning of the Keyblade War, no matter what the fuck they did, you know? You know? And the thing is, we still don't know what the fuck's in the box because Kingdom Hearts 3 is already done, you know? And we still see Zigbar fucking moving the goddamn box. And then all of them come out of nowhere except for Ava. I doubt Kingdom Hearts 4 is gonna have the actual like true ending, but we'll see. We're gonna probably have to wait like 20 more fucking years to get another Kingdom Hearts or something like that. By the time I die, it's gonna be like that. That's when fucking the Kingdom Hearts is gonna end, and I'm just gonna be like, what the fuck, dude? So, because again, all this time travel shit is fucking dumb. Because the book of not dumb, but it's confusing. So pretty much, the gazing eye, Keyblade, is, you know, the Master of Masters' actual eye, and that's why the Book of Prophecy was made, because he was literally able to see everything that fucking happened up till Kingdom Hearts 3, and further, probably. So it's like, when the fuck are we time traveling back? I mean, I guess that explains the coats, maybe? I don't fucking know. It's a little confusing. Oh, that was deadass it. I thought we were actually gonna watch the Keyblade War. But I mean, I guess that explains, like, you know, their roles, how the fucking whole fucking unions started and stuff like that. Heart and key. Ending. Okay. Oh, I thought I pressed the wrong one. Took long for Kingdom Hearts 4. Then something has to be done with the story. I mean, yeah, but I feel like I feel like it's probably gonna be a while, because technically it's a new saga. The end of the Xehanort saga is done. I know, that was with Kingdom Hearts 3. Xehanort's fucking dead. You know? So they're probably gonna build up a fucking big ass narrative, because they're in Shibuya now, right? I believe that's the name of it. And in the game, The World That Never Was, right? No, that's the wrong fucking game. That's the world. The World Ends With You. They're in that game franchise now, technically, because the 401 building. So that means we're gonna meet up with fucking Neku again, like we met him in fucking Dream Drop. So it's gonna be a little confusing, because it's like, how the fuck are you gonna, like, they're gonna slowly, I'm telling you, they're gonna slowly implement the box and the Masters of Masters, because the Masters of Masters was fucking shown at the end of Kingdom Hearts 3, when Riku went to Shibuya to get fucking Sora, I believe. It's a little confusing. A little confusing. I'm a little confused. But it's going there. Dandelions. They have a special union for exceptional Keyblade wielders. And that's what you technically were if you played the game, I believe. Only one of the Master's disciple who does not receive a copy of the Book of Prophecy. He is bestowed with the Keyblade in a black box before setting out on his journey. I thought I was supposed to be long. Well, I did say like an hour and 20, right? It has been exactly 120, but, you know, we did kind of fuck around for like 15-20 minutes, so it was like an hour. Okay. So we're done with back covers. Now we need to go watch, we need to go watch the other ones. What extras are there? Oh, that's nice. Why couldn't you let me get this? Ah! Yeah, because because there's still a lot more that we need to know. So Union X is the next one that we're going to be watching, I believe. And I think that one has Marluxia and his sister in it. And I think that's when Larxene comes into play too, I think. Because Larxene still hasn't popped up anywhere, because she still has a role somehow, somewhere, because she's in the org. You know? And it's just, do it, get the license to use Disney characters for an MMORPG of Kingdom Hearts. It'll take too fucking long. Technically, we had that. Technically, that was the mobile game. That's what we had. You know, that's the best we're gonna get. All right. I'm gonna close out the game now, and then we'll swap over and watch the other videos. But 3D, that's too much, dude. Don't get me wrong, they have the fucking tools to do it. They really fucking do. But like, I don't I don't think they will, in all honesty. You know. And I feel like that would be specific. It'd be kind of hard because they specifically would have to do it like on the fucking on PC and not PlayStation, because it'd be a little weird. In all honesty, but that'd be cool. You know what? I could see them doing it on the PS4, on the PlayStation. That'd be kind of cool. Yeah. So we have an hour and 3 minutes of the entire story of Union Cross. I believe that's what we need to watch, right? X and X back cover are the same, I believe, right? Because I believe Unchained X is X in English, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, no, Unchained is Union X, yeah. Then X was just the Japanese only one. X back cover is a movie including the Kingdom Hearts 4, back cover and Kingdom Hearts Union X, all different titles. There are not remakes or remasters. Shit. So do we need to watch X? Union X is a rebranding for Unchained, as well as the season. It was season 2 of the game. Kingdom Hearts X back cover is a movie that tells some of the story of Kingdom Hearts X, but through the perspective of different characters. These things make all of the separate Kingdom Hearts titles. Okay, so yeah, what we watched is pretty much the summed up version of Kingdom Hearts X, the Japanese exclusive shit. So that was just a summarization, which I'm okay with. We kind of pretty much got the whole gist of what that was about. You know, they all got their own roles. They all started fucking gigabraining and being like, oh, we gotta do our own shit, and then Keyblade War, you know? So get a good team to do it. They do have the potential, but they won't. Sequel to the original Kingdom Hearts, but at the end of the original Kingdom Hearts. Oh. We might have to watch X because there was something that there was a little spoiler that they gave me, but I feel like we might have to watch it. Maybe. We might have to watch it, maybe. The full story of Kingdom Hearts Union Cross, 2013 to 2019 in 15 minutes. What the fuck? Cause Union X is, I guess, the second part. God, that's fucking 4.5 hours of Union. Oh, that's Union X. The story of Kingdom Hearts X.
tight. No randoms, you a little fish, get out of the big river. The big boy musket, I call it a wig splitter. I'm a big shot, little boy, kick rocks. Get shot, I'm a Alfred Hitchcock. This drop when they see the big commas, the big problem, they look at me like big boss. Okay, let her not argue when she give me top. She ain't not sure she gon' come and drop. In this too, I be chefing inside the pop. It's a movie, wanna pull a bit stunner. They all know me as the showrunner. They ain't ready for the newcomer. Wanna pull up, get the news running. News flash, they been caught about a Riz. They don't got it how I got it like this. She gon' peel her eyes back when I'm in. She in love with the kid like this, like that, like this, like yeah. I see they love.
I'm back. All right. So we're done with X back cover. Now we're gonna go into technically season 2, part 2. I don't fucking know what the fuck what it was technically called. But now we should be on Union Cross. Welcome back on Discord, goddammit. So yeah, I'm not fully confused, but I'm not fully confident in what I understood. I do understand it, but I'm also so confused. You know, it's Kingdom Hearts, so it's meant to happen. Okay. Cool. Cool. Oh, I saw that. I think I skimmed over it by accident. It has a manga, technically, yeah. But it's like of Kingdom Hearts 1, 2. I think they made one for 3. But I don't think it's like they don't have any for like, you know, for the fucking mobile games and stuff like that, you know? Lore-wise? No, I don't think lore-wise. I don't think so. What if I just like stretch it out a little bit? No, that's not what I wanted. No. There we go. No, that's not what I want. Sorry, I'm trying to like... No, that's not what I want also. Give me 1 second. I am so sorry. I know we're doing stuff, but fucking Eden's having trouble because I got a new headset and Potato's not recognizing their shit right now. Oh, give me a little bit. Thank you, Yoshi, for the 43-month resub. I appreciate it. Storm, thank you very much for the 66-month resub. I appreciate it. God damn it. Oh my god, hype train! Let me put just chatting for now. Thank you very much, boyos, for the subbies. I appreciate it. Was that all Yoshi was doing? Just taking, or? Give me 1 more second. Let me make sure there's something. Is it this? I think that's all they need to do. Okay. I was saying for the first half, down. And then he decided, fuck it, we tanking today, boys. And then he got mad. Yoshi, why do you do this to yourself? Forward, back. Okay, I think we got it all set up. I think we're good. Sorry, Eden was very much panicking, and I didn't see their messages. Yes, goddamn Yoshi. Alright, cool. I think we're good now. Alright, let's get into the whole explanation for fucking Union X and be more confused as always. Can you left Eden? I had to yesterday, okay? Yeah. Oh wait, no, you're talking about today, okay. No, I just didn't. I don't get notifications when I'm streaming. Especially if I'm moving like my mouse around, I don't get the notifications. Alright. Let's go.
After 8 years and 4 separate installments, the story of the Kingdom Hearts Key saga has now been told. The events that took place across these games retroactively set the stage for everything that would chronologically follow in the rest of the series, and will surely have tremendous influence on future titles.
Why don't you like him already, what?
The Master of Masters, and his grand orchestration of events that would irreversibly alter the lives of his disciples, his adversaries, thousands of innocent children, and the entire world itself. This video is a heavily condensed explanation of that story. I've been covering the story since 2018.
Just a hit already, goddamn it, toxic.
Condensed version told as each update was released. Check the playlist in the description. And if you'd like to see all the cutscenes without my stupid voice talking over them, the option to watch them all in what I consider the ideal order is in the description as well. Without any further ado, let's get started.
Okay, if I don't want to read.
This is the entire story of Kingdom Hearts Key, Key Back Cover, Unchained Key, and Union Cross.
Oh, it's everything. Okay, well, cool.
Let's dive in.
I thought it was just Union.
Light and darkness are fundamentally at odds with each other. Much like the physical concepts that these fantasy elements are based on, darkness can and does exist in literally every corner of the known universe. It is only the introduction of light that drives away and displaces the darkness, but deepening the darkness that is cast in the shadows. Long before Sora, Riku and Kairi were ever born, a boy that would one day be known as the Master of Masters lived among other beings of light. But those beings were in conflict with beings of darkness, as natural opposites are wont to do. The combatants on both sides were mortal, and were able to attack and slay each other's physical bodies. But the conflict fundamentally changed when the forces of darkness attempted a drastic move that, if successful, would see them become undefeatable. They shed their physical bodies and reduced themselves to a formless existence, and without a physical body to destroy, they could never truly die. Attempting to attack these formless beings of darkness was ultimately pointless, as they would simply reconstitute themselves again. Worse still, these beings of darkness can now infiltrate the hearts of the beings of light, possessing and taking control of their bodies, stripping their victims of their dignity, as they were powerless to stop themselves from submitting to the darkness's bidding. The moment that the darknesses began to hide within the bodies of the beings of light, was the beginning of what would come to be known
Oh, you
as the
spamming the
Kingdom
soundboard,
War.
goddammit.
What the Dark Forces didn't realize is that by abandoning their physical forms, they had inadvertently put themselves at risk of losing their individual will. With enough time, they would completely lose their ability to think independently, to form plans and to rationalize. They would be reduced to beings only capable of acting on instinct. But they could stave off that fate by inhabiting the bodies of people with hearts. So, not only was their possession of people a means of attacking the light, but it also became a necessity for preventing their willpower from fading away, and hearts tainted by negative emotions became the perfect targets for possession. Of all the beings of darkness that shed their form, 13 of these dangerous such darknesses existed, shadows that retained their individual, independent will. Others were able to derive forms of their own, possibly by corrupting the forms
Spoilers!
of those that belong to the
I haven't
light,
played that game yet.
becoming beings known as the Blood Heartless. As that young boy grew into adulthood, he would lose many allies to the darkness, taken from him in humiliating deaths that saw his loved ones used as nothing but powerless pawns and vessels of the 13 darknesses. It seemed inevitable that the darkness would ultimately continue to spread and eventually extinguish the light. After all, they were literally undestroyable in their formless state. But over the years, that boy grew into a man and devised a momentous plan. One that would require immense and unforgivable sacrifice, but could ultimately secure victory, or at the very least, a ceasefire in this war. He began his plan in a world known as Daybreak Town, a world brimming with light, and a town whose people seemed oblivious to the greater war between light and darkness. At this time, the individual worlds were all part of one enormous connected land known as the Realm of Light, and the man himself owned, or possibly created himself, a mysterious weapon known as a Keyblade. The man, now known as the Master of Masters, would select and train 6 apprentices, each filled with light and possessing a strong resistance to darkness. Step 1 of the plan was for the Master's 6th apprentice, Lushu, to be bequeathed the Master's Keyblade, embedded with the Master's very own eye. The Master had formed a temporal link with that eye, essentially allowing the Master to see through that eye into any moment in time that the Keyblade might one day be. Lushu was then instructed to take that Keyblade and a mysterious black box and travel out into the world, staying out of sight and not getting involved in the coming conflict at all. Eventually one day passing that Keyblade on to his own apprentice, and from that apprentice to a future apprentice, and so on, but continuing to watch over it from a safe distance until the Keyblade fell into the hands of its intended wielder. This would take countless lifetimes, and to achieve this, Lushu would have to eventually cast his body away and sequester his heart into the body of someone new, many, many times, as each vessel reached the end of its natural life. It would take countless lifetimes, but Lushu would be there to watch over the Master's Keyblade as it made its way naturally through time, being present for every major moment in history there would ever be. With the ability to peer into any moment in the future from the Keyblade's perspective, the Master of Masters wrote down the events he saw in a book known as the Book of Prophecies. He gave a copy of this book to each of the other 5 apprentices, who would come to be known as the Foretellers, along with a new name, Keyblades, and a role that they had to play that must be kept a secret from the rest of the Foretellers. The 5 Foretellers each read their copies of the books and learned the horrible truth that awaited on the final page. The world would be lost. Darkness would prevail and light expire. The 5 Foretellers, bastions of light and Keyblade Masters in their own right, yearned to prevent this tragedy from occurring, but were explicitly forbidden by their master from forming alliances or going against their given role. They were simply to create their own unions and recruit the various children of Daybreak Town to those unions as Keyblade wielders, where those children would be tricked into collecting the physical light from the world and hoarding it within each of those 5 unions. The Master also planted the idea that a traitor lurked among the Foretellers, that one of the 5 was secretly working to ensure the downfall of the light, that they could trust or confide in no one but themselves. The Foretellers would be manipulated into distrusting and then hating each other, destined to lead the children that pledged their loyalty to them against the other unions in an event of mutually assured destruction that would one day be known as the Keyblade War. And with his plan in place, the Master of Masters disappeared from the world, vanishing without a trace, not to be seen again for hundreds, if not thousands of years. This would cause the Foretellers to feel genuine, terrible pain, frustration, helplessness, hopelessness, and sadness, an entire cocktail of emotional suffering. All they could do was stand helplessly by and await the inevitable, powerless to go against the Master's explicit orders, lest they be thought of as the traitor by the rest of the 5. Their secret role only served to accelerate the journey to their inevitable confrontation, as each union leader struggled to gain more light than the other, in the fear that the Traders Union would gain enough light and use it to do something drastic like summoning Kingdom Hearts, the source of all light in the world. But the Master desired for exactly this to happen because the Foretellers were trained to withstand the destructive emotional turmoil. The negative emotions they harbored would unknowingly make them the perfect bait. Of those 13 darknesses we spoke of, 5 of them would be unable to resist the temptation of invading the Foretellers' hearts. But once they infiltrated the Foretellers, they would find themselves unable to take control of the Foretellers' bodies, trapped by the Foretellers' unwavering hearts that still shone with light, no matter the darkness that attempted to extinguish it. Well, I should say 7 darknesses. The Master's plan was also for himself and Lushu to harbor one of the 13 darknesses within their hearts, and in conjunction with the unknowing Foretellers, the 7 most deadly darknesses would be sealed away within these 7 hearts. Until the Keyblade War, that is. As fate, or the Master intended, the Foretellers would lead their unions into war at what would come to be known as the Keyblade Graveyard, and fight to the death over Kingdom Hearts. The events played out seemingly exactly as the Master intended, and though Ava's fate is unclear, it is assumed that at least Ira, Aced, Gula, and Envy perished, as did the darknesses trapped within their hearts, as did the thousands of children recruited into the unions. We can't be certain yet, but let's say 5 of the 13 darknesses housed within the Foretellers presumably perished in the Keyblade War, and with the one still trapped in the Master, as well as the one trapped in Lushu, that left 6 darknesses to be dealt with. But at such tremendous cost. The lives of thousands of children and the entire world itself were the price the Master paid, just to rid the world of up to 5 of the 13. As said, the Keyblade wielders had spent their days unknowingly siphoning the light from the world, leaving it, in my mind, hollowed and empty, primed to be destroyed as a casualty of the destructive force of the Keyblade War, shattering the realm of light into thousands of independent pieces and scattering them, making each piece completely inaccessible from each other, and surrounded by darkness that flowed in to close the empty space between. These separated pieces would one day be known as the independent worlds, but protected by barriers that prevented exit and kept them completely ignorant of each other's existence, seen only by their once connected neighbors as stars in the sky. The Master orchestrated such merciless destruction, the ruination of the realm of light, the sacrifice of the Master's most loyal and devoted followers, and the thousands of children that pledged their allegiance to the Foretellers themselves, all to defeat a handful of the forces of darkness. In fact, it seemed the sole survivor of the Keyblade War was us. Well, our character, the playable character of Kingdom Hearts Key. To rewind briefly, we started our journey by being recruited into one of the 5 unions, and spent our days collecting Lux with our Chirithy partner as our foreteller instructed in the Disney worlds. We didn't really question our reality or our mission until we met another young wielder from a different union, Ephema. He challenged the story he had been told, correctly believing that the worlds we travelled to were nothing but illusions. The Heartless we fought were fake, and the light we were collecting was the light of the world itself, not light stolen by the Heartless. We quickly formed a friendship with them, and together tried to sneak into the Daybreak Town Tower after seeing the mysterious location in a dream and feeling compelled to visit it. It took us all day to find the secret entrance, and we decided that we'd come back tomorrow so as not to arouse suspicion among our union leader with our absence. However, we never got the chance. Despite waiting for Ephemera all day at the Fountain Square, he never arrived. A girl called Strelitzia noticed just how sad and disappointed we were though, and wanted to introduce herself, but never quite worked up the courage. A few months later, a girl named Skuld approached us with a warning. Ephemera had contacted her in her dreams, and wanted to warn both Skuld and us that the Keyblade War was almost upon us, and as such, the world was about to end. We rushed to the Daybreak Town Tower, fighting through Darklings, children that had become corrupted by darkness, ironically in their pursuit of defending the light, and a Chirithy that had also been infested with darkness, and found Master Ava, where she confirmed to us that yes, the world was about to end, and asked if we'd like to join a group called the Dandelions. As I mentioned earlier, each of the foretellers had a secret role that they were forbidden from sharing with the others, and Master Ava's was to ensure that there would be survivors after the Keyblade War. She would gather Keyblade wielders from all the 5 unions, those most resistant to the darkness, those brimming with light, and train them to enter a different world instead of fighting in the Keyblade War. These chosen wielders would be known as the Dandelions, and in this new world there would be no memories of any strife between the foretellers, no memory of the Keyblade War, no painful emotions for the darkness to take root in. However, in this new world, there would be 5 new Union leaders to watch over the Dandelions in the Foreteller's stead. When the Master of Masters gave Ava her role, he instructed her to recruit 5 specific Keyblade wielders and make them take over as leaders of the Dandelions that would escape to this new world after the Foretellers had perished. Ephma was one of these new Union
Yeah, this is the stuff I don't know now.
Our character at the Fountain Square was because he was assisting the preparation of this new world. The Master had written the names of Ephma, Skald, Strelitzia, a boy named Laurium, and a boy named Brain on a list for Ava, and told her to recruit them as Dandelions and promote them as the new Union leaders in this new world. One of these Union leaders was circled in red, and Ava was to give that Union leader their own copy of the Book of Prophecies. This alternate world was actually a data backup of Daybreak Town and the false worlds that the Keyblade wielders had been visiting. The data backup was made to be a near-perfect replica of these illusionary worlds, along with a data backup of all the people who lived in Daybreak Town. The belief was that the Dandelions would be safe in this data version of the world, sheltered in a place that the destruction of the Keyblade War could not reach. However, the remaining darknesses could. Just as the Master has selected 5 apprentices to become the Foretellers, who would each trap a darkness within their hearts and perish in the Keyblade War, he had also orchestrated for the 5 new Union leaders to also unwillingly house one of the remaining 6 darknesses within them. And the one final darkness would be trapped within this data world, as it inevitably fell to destruction as well. These 5 would not be felled in this time. Rather, they would be sent to the future, where a new generation of Keyblade wielders would be tasked with ending them. This was the plan as the Master of Masters described it to his apprentice Lushu. He would directly sacrifice 12 people, including Lushu and himself, as well as the entire world and the lives of thousands of children, all to defeat the darkness. His young student Lushu was disgusted by the plan, feeling that the cost was too great, that the lives of all these people were not simply his master's playthings. The boy was bubbling with rage, but seemed to calm down slightly when the Master revealed he had a safety plan for all those he planned to sacrifice. Likely, in my opinion, the data backups of the various people in Daybreak Town. The young Master walked away silently with the box in hand to carry out his stated mission, as the Master wished his apprentice well. Whatever Lushu's heart told him was right, whatever he thought, whatever he felt, whatever actions he took, Lushu was the key to the future. Because Lushu would inevitably defy the Master's spoken wishes. In a sense, Lushu was a traitor.
Makes sense.
This is the problem with predestination paradoxes. The Master had looked into the future and written a book filled with invaluable and presumably accurate information about what that future would contain. He had forbidden Lushu from reading it, but apparently allowed his adversary, the Darkness, to have a peek. And he had also told Lushu the entire plan. But once you know what the future holds, you can make an effort to change it. Like I said, the Master said that his plan was for these 12 people to become traps for the Darkness, but things deviated from that plan. With mere days before the Keyblade War, Strelitzia combed through Daybreak Town, searching for our character, trying desperately to save us from having to fight in the Keyblade War, when one of the Darknesses possessed a lonely young boy named Ventus, and used his body to murder Strelitzia and take her green rulebook, allowing Ven to infiltrate the Union leaders unknowingly as an imposter. Master Ava had also slightly disobeyed the Master of Masters by changing who she gave the Book of Prophecies to, instead handing it to Brain, believing that his heart would guide him on how best to use it, and hoping that by changing the events that were written in the Book of Prophecies, perhaps the ultimate outcome could be changed as well. And Lushu allowed Ava to confront her, revealing what he believed to be the truth about the traitor and the Master's intentions, shaking her to her core, and possibly making her deviate from her intended fate. We don't really know just yet. Other than that, the first part of the plan seemed to go off without a hitch. Like I said, it is implied that Ira, Aced, Envy, and Gula, and possibly Ava, perished in the Keyblade War. The Dandelions did as they were trained to do and escaped into the new world, not realizing they had entered a data version of the world they already knew, and were having their memories overwritten by their Chirithy partners. Our character had chosen not to escape with the Dandelions. We had been taunted by the Dark Chirithy, and it claimed that it belonged to us, and instead, we joined our union on the final battlefield and withstood attack after attack from each of the other 4 foretellers. The battle nearly killed us, and as we lay mortally wounded, we were saved only by the intervention of Skald and Ephema, who returned from the dream world they had been awaiting the war in and rescued us, sending us to the data world with the rest of the Dandelions, causing us to also lose our memories of the strife in the process. And, as instructed, the Union leaders assembled in the Keyblade graveyard after the Keyblade War had concluded, formally meeting each other for the first time, and at this stage, not realizing anything was wrong, that an imposter was among them. They soon joined the rest of the Dandelions in the alternate Daybreak Town, not realizing that instead of the world they had practiced entering, they were now in a data world, and that they were now trapped within it. But once in that data world, it gradually became apparent that things
There's
had gone
baby
off
girl.
track.
Huh.
For a start, Strelitzia's absence was noted by her brother Lorium. He sought out her former party member Elrena for any clues about her whereabouts.
And that's Lark's
she
scene.
revealed that Strelitzia was last seen searching for our character, right before the Keyblade War. Ephema and Lorium paid us a visit, and although we couldn't help out, given that we'd never actually spoken to Strelitzia, we agreed to keep her in our heart. We finally got to spend some time with Ephema again, but unfortunately it was cut rather short, as we soon noticed some strange glitchy occurrences in Daybreak Town, and we went to go investigate. We returned to the tower with Ephema, as the intelligent brain claimed to have stabilized the glitches, and correctly guessed that we must be in a data version of Daybreak Town. These glitches seemed to be occurring because our data world was being forcibly connected by a strange other world that didn't belong to the realm of light as we knew it. Ephema and our character teamed up to check out this strange world, and found out that it was a hub world of sorts, connecting to several other data worlds, full of characters that were innately aware that they lived in data worlds. We chased some Darklings who seemed to be searching
this fucking Wreck-It Ralph
in particular through this hub world and its connected worlds, and tried to learn why the glitches had invaded Daybreak Town. We
It is Wreck-It Ralph. What the fuck?
And though we suspected him of being the source of the glitches and the darkness, we eventually realized that he didn't have any darkness inside him. This world had good guys and bad guys, but they didn't seem to be motivated by darkness or light. We got off course when a Cybug absorbed a Darkling and pursued it into the Candy Kingdom, and our presence seemed to stabilize the glitches of the young Vanellope. Eventually, we defeated King Candy and tracked down the last of the mutated Darkling bug hybrids. Just like Vanellope was a princess but decided to be a racer, our Chirithy wondered if
she's a racist. I'll stop.
Even one that potentially belonged to the darkness. And with our leads exhausted, we decided to return home to Daybreak Town. During this time, the intelligent brain quickly put it together that not only was Strelitzia supposed to be a Union leader, and that one of the 5 was in her place, but he also correctly ascertained that there were intangible beings of darkness pulling the strings behind the scenes.
Chuck comes back because of that.
And Ventus with the intention of privately telling Ventus that his name wasn't on the list of Union leaders. The poor boy initially refuted the idea. He was so sure that it had been Master Ava that approached him, walked with him to the Daybreak Town Tower, and given him his green rulebook. But by searching deep within his repressed memories, Ven realized that, indeed, something terrible had happened. His body had been used to commit a dreadful atrocity, and tricked him into believing Master Ava had chosen him. He was never meant to be a Union leader, and the poor boy passed out from the pain of the revealed memories. Lorium wasn't present because, again, he was out searching for his sister's whereabouts, and he stumbled across Maleficent in the tower's basement. Okay. So, recall that in Kingdom Hearts 1, Maleficent suffered a defeat against Sora and had her heart unlocked by the Ansem-possessed Riku. Kingdom Hearts, man. At this moment, her heart left her body, and she remembered that a strange old man had told her long ago, without the burden of a body, her heart could travel through time to a prior version of herself. She attempted to travel back about 10 years to the time of birth by sleep, but in doing so, fell for the trap that the Master of Masters had set for her, traveling all the way back to the age of fairy tales and to the data version of Enchanted Dominion. Once here, she got beat up again by our player character and was frustrated that the events played out exactly as they had the first time around. A Keyblade wielder, paired with Prince Philip, still managed to defeat her. She exclaimed her frustrations aloud, and one of the 13 Darknesses answered her, revealing to her that she was trapped in a data world far further in the past than she had attempted to travel to. The Darkness escorted her to the Data Daybreak Town and led her down to the tower basement. Well, the Data tower basement. Here, the Darkness informed her that this was the only method accessible to her to leave the Data world. These 7 arcs. Using an arc would transport its occupant into the real-world version of this room, the basement of the real Daybreak Town Tower. As Maleficent was about to enter one of the pods, she was approached by, as previously mentioned, Lorium, who confronted the intruder, but was badly beaten by her, destroying one of the 7 data arcs in the process. Maleficent and this Darkness took the rightmost arc from the data version of the Daybreak Town basement to the real Daybreak Town basement, where Maleficent eventually agreed to take the now real-world version of this pod and be transported back to the future. As the real-world version of this arc accelerated to the speed of light, it would strip away its occupant's body, leaving nothing but a heart that could surpass the speed of light and travel through time to its intended destination. A destination that is determined by following a waypoint. To be completely reformed from that heart at your destination, you require two things. You need a medium to reform your body with, and you need someone that remembers you, that holds memories of you, to repopulate your own body with your own memories, to give you a sense of self. Darkness has apparently read snippets of the Book of Prophecies, and seen that Maleficent exists in it shortly after her defeat in Kingdom Hearts 1, so that's her waypoint. And anyone that's played Kingdom Hearts 2 will remember her being reformed from a cloak left behind after her defeat, which acts as a medium, and the memories were unintentionally provided by the three good fairies, allowing her to be fully recompleted at the beginning of Kingdom Hearts 2. So, Darkness convinced Maleficent to enter, and she took one of the 7 pods from the real world. So that's 1 gone from the real world, 1 gone from the data world, and 1 destroyed in the data world. The Darkness did not travel with her into the future, it remained in the real world. But no sooner had Maleficent departed than it was approached by Luxu. As Lauriam lay defeated on the ground, he dreamed of a more peaceful time with his sister Strelitzia.
Confusing!
About this silent Keyblade wielder that she had developed something of a crush on. This moment of bliss was quickly interrupted though, as Lauriam's dream was seemingly contacted by some version of his sister in a white robe, and the shock was enough to jolt him out of his slumber. His assailant had vanished and the room was empty, so there was nothing left for Lauriam to do but return to the other Union leaders. Poor Ven awoke from his slumber, fully remembering what had happened to him, and also headed back to his Union leader pals. Skuld, Ephema, and Brain discuss what had happened. They think Ven was telling the truth, but infer that there must be forces of darkness acting much closer than they realize. They wonder if the darkness may come for the Union leaders. Heck, it may have already come for Strelitzia. At the same time, the wounded Lauriam finally reached his comrades, and quickly became enraged at the idea that the rest of the Union leaders had been hiding knowledge of his sister from him, the crucial knowledge that she had been murdered. He lashed out at his allies, playing exactly into Darkness's plan by harboring terrible negative emotions towards his fellow Union leaders. Ven also arrived and confessed his responsibility out of guilt, turning Lauriam's wrath upon himself. But as Ephema held off his enraged ally, Ven screamed in pain as the darkness that was hiding within his body finally revealed itself. Brain began to question the strange being in front of them, and the darkness revealed several things, such as that their main goal was expansion and infection. The darknesses existed to reach and infect every world, and planned to soon infect the countless currently uninfected worlds that were connected to the game's central station. Data Daybreak Town was about to be destroyed as part of the Master's plan to trap the remaining darknesses. By that first darkness sending Maleficent into the future, it had started an irreversible process to end this world. This darkness took control of Ven because the Book of Prophecies stated that he was a being that would harbor darkness in the future, and tried to convince the Union leaders that Ven wanted power, and the darknesses simply tried to give him his wish by striking Strelitzia down and usurping her position as a Union leader. Lauriam took the bait and attacked, but the injured wielder was effortlessly flicked aside,
He got yeeted
in unconsciousness. Brain ascertained that there indeed were multiple darknesses, but the one in front of the Union leaders was the only one present right this moment. So he rallied Skuld and Ephema to attack it, without success.
Damn.
Eventually the darkness confessed that Ventus was not to blame for Strelitzia's death, and Lauriam joined his allies against their new foe. This was the exact moment that our character emerged from the Candy Kingdom with Keyblade in hand, making the fight a 5 versus 1, a fight that we were able to
Level 5,500, what the fuck?
The formless darkness could not be destroyed, and it was immediately able to reconstitute itself. Ventus awoke and realized that this darkness had used him, extracting all of his own natural internal darkness from within his heart as it exited his body, leaving Ven as a pure light. The poor boy was the target the Darklings had been searching for, but he embraced his status as a pure light and marched confidently towards the darkness, intending to withdraw it within himself once more and give his fellow Union leaders a form for the darkness that could be permanently destroyed. He told Lauriam that everything was going to be okay as he leapt towards the darkness, seemingly successful in his attempt to draw it back within his heart and falling into a deep sleep.
What's up with Ven sleeping so much?
Every sleeping ally, apologizing for acting rashly, but ominously concerned that the darkness still slept within Ven. The awful train of thought was interrupted by Strelitzia's presence once more, a faint apparition that prayed for her brother to let
He's just
go of
EP. He is an EP boy.
instead of stoking them. Ephema interrupted and let Lauriam know that Elrena had arrived. She wished to speak to him with news that might help him. couple of days ago, Strelitzia's figure seemed to have been spotted in the Data Daybreak town, walking with one of the Masters. It seems that Lushu has entered the Data Daybreak town and potentially collected the data backup of Strelitzia, and may have extracted what he could of it from the data world. But the Dandelions didn't have time to chat. With Maleficent's departure, the timer had begun, and this world was coming to an end. Brain scooped up the Book of Prophecies, Lorium scooped up Ventus, and together the group went downstairs into the basement. And now, we can return back to Lushu and another of the Darknesses in the real world. Lushu carried a white cloak under his arms and approached his adversary, who was surprised to see him. From its hasty reading of the Book of Prophecies, the Darkness believed that all the Masters would be gone by this point. Lushu activated the terminal and sent this mysterious white coat away into the future, using one more of the 7 real-world pods, referring to it as the True Dandelion, again to the surprise of Darkness. The True Dandelion slumped under his arms as Lushu carried it, and was therefore seemingly unable to walk on its own, quite unlike the Data Strelitzia Lushu was seen walking with only days before, and there were also no distinctive tufts of orange hair that could be seen from under the hood. Strelitzia's real body faded from this world when she was struck down, so perhaps this True Dandelion is in some way connected to Strelitzia, perhaps a collection of her data memories stored formlessly in this white robe. I suppose it doesn't have to be Strelitzia though, and this will be discussed in its own video soon. Lushu is again choosing to interpret the Master's instructions, rather than following them to the letter, which seems to be what the Master of Masters actually wants, and is counting on. That makes him a traitor in the strictest sense of the word, but it is Lushu's unpredictable nature that the Master seems to believe is the wildcard factor in eluding the Darkness and ultimately prevailing over it. Despite Darkness's taunts, Lushu affirms his loyalty to the Master. Even though he can't tell what the mysterious man is thinking, Lushu is certain that the Master of Masters is no fan of the Darkness. Lushu questions this Darkness, trying to
Which is
understand the
weird.
status of the ones that remained after the Keyblade War, believing that there should be 6. It's interesting that Lushu can see that things have deviated from the Master's stated plan though. If everything was going as intended, there would only be 1 free Darkness right now, but that is clearly not the case. 1 is currently in front of him in the real world, 1 was just fought by the Union leaders, 7 should have been trapped within the Foretellers, the Master of Masters and Lushu, and that leaves 4 unaccounted for. This Darkness is again taken off guard by the depth of Lushu's knowledge, but affirms that yes, the 4 Lushu is concerned about are still in the data world, meaning that the one with Lushu now is the only thing standing in his way. It's pointless to try and destroy this formless Darkness, but perhaps Lushu has come up with another plan, as he draws the Master's blade and approaches his foe. The implications of what happens next are enormous, but I'm sorry to say that we don't actually get to see. Instead, we return to the data version of this room, as the Union leaders have just arrived. Time is running out for this world. Only 5 usable pods remain, and they need to make a decision. After some discussion, they come to the understanding that Brain stands the best chance at freeing all the Dandelions, not just the Union leaders, if and only if he's able to control things from the real world. Lorium, Elrena, and the unconscious Ven will accompany him, while Ephema, Skuld, and the player will stay on the data side and take care of things from this end. As Lorium, Elrena, and the unconscious Ven enter their pods, Brain bequeaths Ephema with the Master Defender and the copy of the Book of Prophecies Ava gave to him, believing that they were always meant for Ephema, and Ephema agrees to hold onto them for Brain temporarily until they see each other again. Brain tells Ephema, "May your heart be your guiding key," and at this moment, there are 4 friends present, and a key. Brain also enters a pod, and together the 4 Dandelions escape into the outside world, leaving 1 unused for now on this side. As soon as they arrive in the real world, Brain begins his attempts to bring Ephema, Skuld, and the player across as well. But seeing his time is limited, he insists that Lorium, Elrena, and Ven use 3 of the real pods and escape into the future first, ensuring the survival of the light. Brain can't be sure when or where the pods will take these 3, but asks Lorium to keep his goal of finding his sister in mind. That will serve as his waypoint. The 2 Union leaders share a touching farewell, as Lorium and Elrena join the still unconscious Ven in their pods.
He's so eepy.
As Brain seals them in, the room starts to violently shake, and Lorium can only call out his ally's name before he is immediately whisked away into the future. Brain turns and sees what Lorium was trying to warn him of. Someone else has entered the room.
Oh.
Master Lushu approaches Brain and essentially asks him about the status of the Union leaders, perhaps as a test, with Brain confirming that 1 was struck down, Strelitzia, 1 escaped moments ago, Lorium, and 2 were trapped within the data world along with the player character, Ephema and Skuld. Luciu wonders if Brain will be taking one of the remaining pods, but Brain insists that he will be sending the two currently in this world back into the data world, and with the one that still exists there, he will bring Ephema, Skuld, and our character back across and send them into the future, before dedicating his life to staying alive amidst the dying world and trying to free the remaining dandelions. Luciu approaches the young wielder, chastising him for his recklessness. Once the lifeboats depart, that's it. There will be no awakening the Data Daybreak Town after it falls into the slumber of darkness. It's a trap designed for exactly this purpose, to cage the darknesses and prevent their escape. There will be no way.
But there's still one in fucking vent.
Letting Brain know that these lifeboats are incomplete. Anyone using one of them needs two things of their destination in order to become complete again. Someone with memories of them, and a vessel to occupy, which is interesting given that that's very different from how the Master of Masters phrased it, whereby you needed a medium to reform your body, not a vessel to possess. Brain didn't know the exact details of how these things worked, and he doesn't have a concrete plan, but no matter what, he is determined to succeed, no matter how long it takes. Luciu makes his way to within arm's reach of Brain, and complimented him on his intelligence, before lamenting that he only had one lifetime to live. We don't see what happens next, but again the implications are huge.
Yeah.
What happens is intentionally left ambiguous.
He
likely
killed
because
Brain.
The exact occurrence will be elaborated on further in future Kingdom Hearts titles, but believe me, we can make some assumptions. While this conversation between Luciu and Brain has been happening in the real world, Ephema, Skuld, and our character have been busy in the data world as well. No sooner did their companions leave when they were set upon by the four aforementioned darknesses, the ones whose whereabouts Luciu wasn't sure of. They approached Ephema, Skuld, and the player with an ultimatum, given that it had taken 5 dandelions to defeat just one darkness. Attempting to fight against 4 darknesses with only 3 dandelions would be pointlessly impossible. The darknesses assumed that the dandelions were about to make their escape from this dying world, and only asked that the dandelions kindly open them a portal into the data worlds before they left, seeking to infect those currently neutral worlds. They required a keyblade to unlock those doors, and if Ephema didn't agree, then they'd simply possess the player character and do it themselves. But there was no way the heroes of the light would agree to aid the darkness willingly, so the 3 keyblade wielders took up arms against their hopelessly powerful foes. Knowing their odds, Ephema whispered under his breath for our character to jump into an arc as soon as the fighting began and escape. He and Skuld would sacrifice themselves to keep the darkness busy. Our character looked around and realized the hopelessness of the group's situation. Then with a small smile, realized what had to come next. We revealed the horrible news. Ventus had not been successful in trapping the darkness we battled earlier within his heart. It nestled itself within our heart instead. Now in control of our body, we commanded the other darknesses to stand by as we attacked Ephema and Skuld with our full power, and they were forced to retaliate in kind. Yet, with our tremendous strength, we were able to overwhelm both of our allies, causing them to keel over in pain and exhaustion. We stood over Skuld, raising our keyblade high as if to strike her down with it, and launched taunts at Ephema, hoping to stoke his rage, sorrow and anguish, emotions that the other darknesses thrived on, and reminded him that if he'd only opened the portal to the other worlds, none of this would have happened. As we motioned to swing our keyblade down over the helpless Skuld, Ephema screamed out in desperation and shot a beam of light through our hearts, opening a portal behind us that sucked both our body and the 4 darknesses that orbited us into it, sealing it shut after we had vanished through the gateway. All he could do was desperately apologize to us as our body flies into the portal, having no choice but to trap his possessed dear friend in a horrible world, surrounded by enemies. But now he and Skuld are alone. An eerie silence fills the air, where moments ago had been the clashing of keyblades and screams of regret. With nothing left he could do in this data world, Ephema dispels his keyblade and scoops up Skuld in his arms. At the same moment, 2 pods are sent back through from the real world into the data world, meaning there are now enough for Ephema, Skuld, and the player. However, that pod will unfortunately go unused. Ephema places Skuld inside a pod and enters its neighbor himself, and the 2 forlorn wielders make their escape into the real world. The 2 pods materialize in the real world, and out they step into an identical copy of the room they just left, of course unaware of the events that just transpired here. From Ephema and Skuld's point of view, 5 pods have departed from this world, and they would have no reason to assume that anyone other than Maleficent, Lorien, Ven, Elrena, and Brain were their passengers. They couldn't possibly know that one of those pods was taken by the true Dandelion, and of course could not possibly know what happened between Darkness and Luciu, or Luciu and Brain for that matter. But again, unfortunately, neither do we. All we know is that after Brain and Luciu's conversation, 2 pods were sent back for Ephema and Skald. This will be
So did
important
Luciu
detail
send them
later.
back?
The pair
I
slowly
mean,
walked to the roof.
he has it.
and bear
It was
witness
planned
to the
technically, you
maelstrom
know.
that was ravaging the real Daybreak Town. Tornadoes pull the water that once ran through Daybreak Town's aqueducts upwards. It's almost as if the pull of gravity itself is being reversed. The chaos of the Keyblade War caused tremendous trauma to the world at large, and now the departure of the lifeboats has heralded the destruction of this town and its data equivalent. If it hasn't happened already, the Realm of Light will soon be destroyed and split into thousands of independent chunks that we will come to know as the independent worlds from the future of the series. As Ephema and Skald return to the basement and hop into the pods once more, the pods that will now propel them into the future, a teary-eyed Skald can at least take solace that she isn't alone at the end of all things. Ephema tries to convince her to stay hopeful, but as he closes his eyes, all he can think of is our character and the brief time we had spent together. And now the poor wielder who just wanted to spend time with Ephema, who followed Ephema into the Daybreak Town Tower, who gave up the chance to escape into the real world just to stay with Ephema, is now trapped, all alone, in an impossibly horrible situation. Tears roll down Ephema's eyes as the pod doors close, just as the entire Daybreak Town Tower seems to come crumbling down on top of them. Speaking of the player, they woke in the connection between the data Daybreak Town and the game's central station after being flung through the portal Ephema opened. The other 4 Darknesses congratulated their ally for baiting Ephema into opening a portal into these data worlds that were now ripe for the infecting. Our breathing was extremely laboured. In a few short hours, we had battled our way through the Candy Kingdom, a terribly corrupted Darkling, one of the 13 Darknesses, and now Skald and Ephema, after which Ephema pierced our heart with a beam of light. The Darknesses that orbited around us advised the Darkness...
I didn't know the mobile games were so fucking harsh. Holy fuck.
Lest it perish along with us. But through our pain, we managed to smile. I didn't think tricking you guys would be so easy. Are all of you this gullible? We stood up and used our Keyblade to seal the opposite side of the corridor that Ephema had sent us into, and the Darknesses realized what had happened. We were never possessed, no. We had realized that there was absolutely no other option, and fooled not only the gathered Darknesses, but also Ephema and Skald into believing we were under that first Darkness's control. As said, Ephema locked the way in, and we just locked the way out. These 4 Darknesses are now trapped in this corridor between worlds, and angrily dispersed themselves, possibly searching for an escape. But our body could take no more punishment. We fell to the ground, and apologized to our Chirithy for getting it trapped along with us. We picked it up in our arms and held it close to our chest, as our body faded into a bright, white light. The entire data world, as with the real Daybreak Town, was falling to darkness as the Master of Masters had orchestrated. And as Master Ava had predicted, when the data Daybreak Town fell to darkness, it should enter a state of sleep. This concept was prominently featured previously in Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance. As the various worlds lost their hearts to the darkness prior to Kingdom Hearts 1, many of them entered a state of sleep, and the worlds themselves dreamt of more peaceful times. After the destruction of Ansem the Seeker of Darkness and the sealing of the Door to Darkness, many of these worlds were restored to the Realm of Light. However, if not for the intervention of Sora and Riku, some of them would have remained stuck in that state of sleep. Recall that Sora and Riku travelled backwards in time to enter the Sleeping Realm within the Realm of Darkness, and were able to unlock 7 sleeping keyholes, freeing some of these worlds from their slumber and allowing them to be awoken back in the real world. So to cut to the chase, this is what is about to happen to this world. It is doomed and is falling to darkness, and it, along with all of its residents, the Dandelions, will be falling to sleep. But instead of losing their hearts to the darkness as this happens, each of the Dandelions' Chirithy stepped in to protect them, shielding their bonded wielders' hearts within their bodies, and taking on the appearance of the spirit Dream Eaters we have seen throughout Dream Drop Distance. We have been told since Dream Drop Distance that spirits protect sleeping dreamers, and we are now seeing that in an extremely literal sense. Don't forget that the Chirithys are the creation of the Master of Masters, made to hold on to the wielders' gathered light, their memories, and now their hearts. Perhaps these were also part of the Master's backup plan to keep the wielders safe all along. As for our character, we ask our Chirithy if we will also fall asleep, and it responds that we have a choice. So many of our Dandelion friends are still waiting for their new beginning, their birth by sleep. And we could join them, or if we refuse to sleep, our heart would end this life, to be reborn and melt into a new heart. We get a brief flash of what this life would look like, and see ourselves in the arms of what I can only assume is our new mother, as she tearfully hands us off to a stranger in a blue cloak, in an unknown, unfamiliar city.
The baby Xehanort.
That stranger takes us to a world we've never been to before. A series of peaceful islands that keeps us entirely separated from the outside world. It seems the stranger dedicates the rest of his life to keeping a watchful eye over us as we grow from an infant into an adolescent.
Wait.
Until the day where they cannot watch anymore and they reach the end of their life. Soon after that, we will find a way to escape this world and find ourselves in an unfamiliar land.
Wait.
It seems like we will make a wonderful friend while we are there. We peacefully close our eyes, knowing that our adventure is not over yet, and take our Chirithy in our arms. It wishes us a good night as our body disappears and our heart floats.
Wait, what the fuck? So, our character dies to be reborn, but to be reborn as fucking Xehanort. Of all people. What the fuck? It just couldn't be simple. No, but like it's that. I'll be honest. I don't know any of this shit. As confusing as fuck. But like I wasn't expecting for, you know, technically our character in the mobile game to, well, you know, yeah, of course there's gonna be some death, but I wasn't expecting us to be like, fuck it, let's be reborn. And then be born into fucking Xehanort of all fucking people. What the fuck? So they're probably gonna explain it later in the Dark Roads one. But does that mean, wait, is that why Luxu picked Xehanort? Because he knew Xehanort was technically us in the fucking past life that he fucking was dealing with, maybe? I don't fucking know. What the fuck?
So, we chose to be reborn and saw some happy moments from our new
What
life.
the fuck?
But of course, any fan of the series will recognize that our character will be reborn hundreds of years in the future as Xehanort. And the moments of our life we saw did not include the more tragic moments of what
the
will one
fuck?
day become our story. So as not to indulge in speculation, I will elaborate more on this in its own video. But one thing we do know for relatively certain is the moment the stranger dies is the moment that Xehanort's future self is able to approach him and make contact, allowing us to take the first step down our dark road.
Huh.
After the storm has passed, a pod washes up upon the obliterated ruins of Daybreak Town. The camera is initially zoomed in on a figure that emerges from the pod,
Ephemer?
a figure that is surely Ephemer, but it quickly zooms out to reveal a massive land in the background. Maleficent's heart
Hold
sank,
up.
but it quickly zooms out to reveal a massive land.
And that's Daybreak Town, right? But that also looks like that fucking, kind of like that clouded area in Kingdom Hearts 3 when, spoiler alerts, when fucking Sora dies and you have to collect like 100 Soras or whatever to come back to life.
The background. Maleficent's heart safely arrives in the future, allowing her body to be reformed
Or
in
Kingdom
Yennefer's
Hearts
tower,
2.
as we previously saw in Kingdom Hearts 2. Maleficent's Raven took the Evil Queen's cloak to the mysterious tower shortly after Sora had departed on his second great world-hopping adventure. And at the side of the cloak, the three good fairies Flora, Fauna, and Merryweather unintentionally provided the memories necessary for
Mayweather.
Maleficent to reform herself in the
Okay.
present. We also see Lorium, Elrena, and Ventus have arrived somewhere in the future as well. Lorium appears to be in the Dwarf Woodlands among a field of flowers. Poor Elrena is on a cliffside among a lightning storm in the Enchanted Dominion, and Ventus lies unconscious among the Keyblade Graveyard, and is discovered by someone who just happens to be passing through the sacred land at that moment. We can assume that this—
Hold on, that's fucking Xehanort going to go pick him up after he came from the fucking past to fucking try to get the darkness out of him to make the Keyblade. And then that's when— what the fuck?
This is the much older Master Xehanort based off his ninth report from Birth by Sleep. So there I stood.
That's the
with vast
beginning
knowledge in one
of fucking
gnarled,
Birth by
dying
Sleep.
hand, and newfound purpose in the other.
Huh.
The next step was clear. I needed a new vessel. And that was when I met Ventus and made him my pupil. We were destined to meet, and I could sense the potential within
Is my stream dying? Because my fucking... I think I'm dropping frames. Am I dropping frames? Is everything good right now? What the fuck is going on? Is my connection wonky? Is it all good? I think it's all good. Someone let me know if there's some fucky shit going on my stream. Like, what the fuck? 'Cause I see that fucking square changing colors, and it's kind of freaking me out a little bit. You know? Freaking me out just a little bit. I think we're fine, but...
Than him.
Okay.
But the boy was too benign for his own good. I came to the conclusion
Tough
he was too
connection, but I
frail to
assume it was
serve as a
my end.
vessel,
Huh.
and decided to use him for a second
We'll
purpose I
see.
had in mind. I would remove the darkness from his heart and split him in two. Then I would have my heart of pure light and my heart of pure darkness.
I think the stream's lagging just a little bit. The stream might be lagging. I might just restart stream because it's acting up and it has me worried. I'm gonna restart just to be safe. Just to be safe. I'm gonna... We good? Are we back? I think we're back. I think we're good. I think we're good. I think. Okay. There's a black flash flame. Yeah. That's whenever I click off of the window that we're currently watching on onto like an onto my other monitor, it flashes black for some fucking reason. Which is dumb, but yeah, I think we're good. I think we're good. Okay, let me back up a little bit so we kind of fucking remember what the fuck's going on a little bit.
For his own good. I came to the conclusion he was too frail to serve as a vessel, and decided to use him for a second purpose I had in mind. I would remove the darkness from his heart and split him in two. Then I would have my heart of pure light and my heart of pure darkness.
I didn't know that Xehanort wanted to use him as a vessel.
These young people arrived at approximately the same time period, a few years before the events of Birth by Sleep.
Oh.
Recall that Laurium used his goal of finding.
Well, yeah, because fucking Larxene and fucking Marluxia aren't dead yet.
Brought him to this time period. Arena likely used the same.
The Space DK. How did the Kingdom Hearts 1 character end up there? Oh, because this is like way before. Well, at least for Xehanort. For Xehanort, this is way before fucking Birth by Sleep. So I don't think they were born yet. The Kingdom Hearts 1 fucking babies. You know, they weren't born yet, at least, is what I'm thinking. Because by the time Birth by Sleep happens, Xehanort's an old man, so that's like what, fucking 100 years? I don't know, he's very old. You know, they're like wee little fucking babies. They're like they're like what, fucking probably like 6, 7, because isn't Sora like 14 or some shit like that in Kingdom Hearts 1? So I don't know. Maybe, I don't know, just that was their own world and fucking, I don't know.
Goal, or Laurium himself as a waypoint. But there's also the possibility that they used Maleficent as a waypoint. Remember, Laurium did briefly meet Maleficent in the day-to-day breakdown.
They were 5 in BBS, yeah.
Didn't even know he would be time traveling. But
yeah,
perhaps the darkness within him that had read the Book of Prophecies and knew that Ven was destined to arrive at this point in time took the wheel and let him arrive at this point in time. Hell,
that makes sense.
Ven yearned to be with his friends and found a tiny trace of our character within Xehanort, leading him to be reformed at the exact same location where he had first met his new friends, at the exact moment that Xehanort was passing through. The meeting,
you know what? That makes sense. Sorry. That makes sense, because literally how it said fucking them using the capsule or whatever, you could only be reconstructed by memory or whatever, aka chain of memories, whatever. That kind of makes sense, because technically Xehanort is us and he knew us in the past, so I guess that makes sense.
The bodies of these three was potentially the flowers Laurium found himself in, the lightning striking the Enchanted Dominion, and I suppose the wind that was blowing in the Keyblade graveyard, possibly contributing to the powers the three would one day be associated with. Unfortunately,
that makes sense.
No one existed in the current day that could or would provide these three with memories to reform themselves completely.
Yeah.
It seems like they retained their own names, but precious little else. I'd argue that Luxu should still exist at this time, and potentially have memories of these three, but certainly not enough to fully restore those memories to their hosts. All three will now take their place in the series timeline as we know it. Ven will soon be trained by Master Xehanort, and show tremendous resilience to using any of his latent darkness. Perhaps the amnesiac boy doesn't even truly remember why, but feels with all his heart that he must not allow the darkness within him to be unleashed. Unfortunately for him though, it will. Xehanort will extract that darkness
become
within him,
carnitas.
his own natural darkness, plus one of the 13 darknesses, to become the being Vanitas. Though that being will be reabsorbed back into his heart at the end of Birth by Sleep, lingering
Is the
just
fucking...
below the surface.
Is the subtitle stuck? Okay. Weird.
Once more. Lorium and Arena might
There it
spend
is.
the next few years or so on Dwarf Woodlands and the Enchanted Dominion respectively. I can't imagine the two would have any methods of leaving those worlds, given that the pair clearly have no memories of being Keyblade wielders. After the events of Birth by Sleep, once Sanson the Wise has been banished, and his former apprentices form an organization dedicated to creating an artificial Kingdom Hearts, they will begin seeking out additional members to fill out their ranks. We do not know the circumstances of Demyx or Luxord's recruitment into the fold, but we do know that it will fall upon Xigbar to seek out additional members, and that he will personally recruit Lorium, now Marluxia, as the 11th member, and possibly, if not likely, Arena as well. As we know, Luxu has remained loyal to the
But how'd they
Masters
die?
and dutifully
That's
continued
what I
steal
want to know.
vessels from countless people until he arrived at his latest and last visage, Xigbar. Luxu did express care and concern for the Union leaders those hundreds of years ago. I wouldn't be surprised if he has been keeping tabs on them throughout the years, now fully having an excuse to keep them at a very close distance. After we see the shots of Ventus in the Keyblade graveyard, we see another shot from what appears to be the exact same location, just back those hundreds of years in the past. A hooded figure dragging the black box and holding the master.
Did I? Or they never formed? No, it showed that they were formed, and you know, Marluxia was in fucking the dwarves area, whatever, fucking Sleeping Beauty, and then Larxene was in fucking Enchanted Dominion. So I don't know, maybe they died there, or maybe fucking Luxu killed them to, you know, form the org. I guess maybe. I don't know.
Keyblade in their hands makes their way across the Keyblade graveyard.
The thing is, I don't know how they were formed. Like he was saying, no one in that timeline or no one in that future knows who the fuck they are. The only person that technically knows who they are but doesn't have a lot of like fucking memories of them is Luxu. So it makes no sense on how they were fucking, you know, like reformed. So maybe you are right. Maybe they just didn't fucking get reformed. You know, maybe they were just, I don't know, husked or some shit.
They pause, take a moment to turn, hold the Master's Keyblade aloft, and recite to themselves, "May my heart be my guiding key." The figure opens his hood and reveals his face. Brain's face. I refuse to allow myself to speculate here and add another 5 hours onto this video, so I'll just give you some quick thoughts, and I promise this is a quick version. Luxu may have taken Brain's body as his original vessel, but I'm not so sure about that. That would essentially break continuity with the 12th secret report of Kingdom Hearts 3. To me, it makes more sense if he chose Brain as his first apprentice, and bestowed him with both the Master's Keyblade and the Black Box, while setting off on his centuries-long task to watch over the blade from a distance until it fell into the hands of a wielder intending to recreate the Keyblade War. This seems to fit in line perfectly with the 12th secret report, where Luxu stated that he had handed the blade to a Union leader before departing, and at this stage, Brain is the only Union leader left in this time, except Ephemer. It would also possibly explain why Luxu is unaware of the box's whereabouts at the time of Kingdom Hearts 3, but is able to find it after the conclusion of the Keyblade War, because at this time he simply doesn't have it. There is, however, one big problem with this, and it's the final scene of Kingdom Hearts Union Cross.
Right. Maybe Brain had the memories then. Maybe that kind of makes sense now, because Brain does have full memories of both of them. You know, enough memories to reform them. And if it is what he's saying, that Luxu decided to take him up as an apprentice because, you know, like he said, fucking he was impressed by how smart he fucking was and shit like that. You know, I guess it would kind of make sense for him to be an apprentice, which still confuses me because I'll say what I gotta say towards the end because there's still a lot more to fucking go over. But I'm just a little confused on him being the apprentice, a little bit.
Brain has awoken in a strange new city that he has never seen before, but we will recognize as the city that the baby Xehanort will be born in. He is immediately greeted by a man dressed in a purple and black cloak, hood, and hat that obscures his
Wait, hold up. This fucking place is in the new Kingdom Hearts game, is it not? Because this is like it's like that time era, the missing links, right? Yeah. Because the clothing style is that fucking style in Missing Links. Yeah, it's the same shit. Okay, so it's connected. You know, good to know. Fuck, more lore. Fuck. Yeah, that's the same exact shit. And like the fucking art style in that like era of time was the same exact shit.
This is himself as Sigurd. The man knows that Brain was destined to arrive at this exact
Pogo Kingdom Hearts is lore relevant. Fuck!
And hands Brain back his hat.
Also, I learned that that we're gonna get Missing Links in January for Android users. I'm gonna be playing the fuck out of that shit. So be aware that some streams may be cancelled. Just saying.
Which seems likely to me to be Brain's medium that reformed him at this point in time. Sigurd radios the news of Brain's arrival back into his headquarters and beckons Brain to follow him there. Brain has some questions first, asking if any of his friends that escaped Daybreak Town's destruction have also arrived at this time, but unfortunately, Brain is the only one that did. As they walk through town, Brain spots a familiar figure atop the fountain in the middle of this town square. Sigurd explains that this was the original Keyblade Master of this world, Scala Adkylum.
Ephemer?
Brain of course knows who it is. After all, Ephemer was one of his best friends.
So...
Okay. Again, I'm ignoring the temptation.
So wait, because I know it's fucking Scala and all that shit. Is Missing Links in the future? Or maybe just in another fucking world, like a whole different... Because this is fucking the Scala that we're in Kingdom Hearts 3, right? But this is also the Scala that's in Missing Links, so is it just a I'm confused. I'm thinking too fucking far ahead right now.
To speculate for as long as I want to here, believe me.
I'm thinking too far ahead. I'm getting ahead of myself.
Let's rewind a bit. Skald's pod time traveled into the future. She likely arrives in Radiant Garden a little while after the events of Birth by Sleep, is found by the apprentice Xehanort, and imprisoned in the Radiant Garden Castle's dungeon and given the moniker Subject X. Subject X barely remembers her past, with scant recollections of 4 friends, a key, and the phrase, "May your heart be your guiding key." Her captivity is noticed by Issa and Lee, shortly before she is rescued by someone.
It's Isa, not Issa, but okay. Sorry, I just had to make that fucking goddamn correction there, because I hated the way you said it, Issa. I'm just like, why? It's fucking Isa. It's fucking said in the game! Sorry.
An eye patch, who is likely, though not confirmed, Lushu. And during the events of Kingdom Hearts 3, her whereabouts are shown to be of concern to Ansem, the Seeker of Darkness. In my mind, because of her connection to his research. Ephemer's pod did not travel through time. He emerged shortly after the destruction of Daybreak Town, and armed with the Book of Prophecies and the Master Defender Keyblade, began creating a city named Scala Adkylum. Likely just as the book, in a manner of speaking, instructed him to do. It said he would, so he did it. This Scala Adkylum looks extremely different to the one we are familiar with from both Dark
That's the Missing Links one.
3. Recall that Ephemer had promised to return both the Book of Prophecies and the Master Defender Keyblade to Brain the next time the pair saw each other. And once this brain materializes in the new city of Scala Adkylum, potentially several generations after the city's inception, I believe these items will be returned to him. I have a feeling that at this time Ephemer will have long since passed.
Yeah.
But he will have left instructions for the guardians of this bizarre city in the event of Brain's arrival. This is certainly not confirmed, but Kingdom Hearts Dark Road implies that Brain will start a family, and that the young Ericus will be his grandson. But we know that something will happen to that grandfather. He may have disappeared from the world, or perhaps even perished. But given that he would be an older man by the time of his grandson's birth, which should be around the time of Xehanort's birth, I can't help but wonder if this Brain is the old man that agrees to take Xehanort from his willing but regretful mother and hide him on the Destiny Islands. I'm certainly not positive about that though. In my mind, Brain will definitely be trying to dedicate his life to freeing the trapped dandelions from the Day to Daybreak Town. Something that could take him a lifetime to achieve, and possibly cost him up to his life if successful. Let's not forget, there are 4 darknesses trapped in the data.
Okay, so that's one thing that kind of got me. What he said that it's probably fucking Brain. That was the old man that took fucking Xehanort, aka us, from his mother because she didn't want to be a fucking mom. Understandable, fuck kids. So like, did he fucking know? I don't fucking know. Like, did Brain know that that was us technically? In a way? Maybe? I don't fucking know. I'm thinking too far ahead because I'm like really fucking into this right now. I'm giga braining right now, dude. I am fucking going. My brain, my thoughts are going a miles a minute, dude. Like, holy fuck. It is going.
Well, opening the data cage that contains the dandelions, said to be the symbols of the world's hope, but accidentally freeing the darknesses within it, sounds a whole lot to me like opening Pandora's box. Of course, if everything I've said so far is correct though, the huge mystery in my mind becomes, how can brains seemingly be in two places and times?
Yes!
The last line uttered...
How where was Xehanort of the past? Did Brain tell him? Did he know all these people were former friends? Maybe he did, or maybe before he says it, I'm gonna say it, maybe fucking Lushu did take him, like take his body as a vessel. No, that would make no sense though, because it does seem like two different timelines, because this one seems like in kind of like the future-ish but not future, before Kingdom Hearts 3 at least. So I don't know, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, we're talking about the good stuff. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. How you going, Azuma? How you doing? Alright, let me just fucking continue and see what the fuck goes on.
by Lushu to Brain before the circumstances get fuzzy is, it's a shame this lifetime is the only one you've got. My brain immediately wonders, what if the statement was somewhat rhetorical, and perhaps there was a way Brain could lead two lives at once? Again, yeah. This will get its own video, but to give you the
made a theory video about it. Oh,
version, my earliest possible thought is that, okay, perhaps Lushu retrieved the data backup of Brain from the data Daybreak Town and sent one into the future while making the other his apprentice.
You know what? That would make kind of sense, because there was one extra fucking capsule in the data world, so that would kind of make sense if Lushu did kind of like back up the data brain, or brain's backup data or whatever from the data world to the real world, taking probably the data one as his vessel, or no, the like the data one as his apprentice, and then the real one to a different fucking future or whatever. You know, maybe that kind of does make sense a little bit. Sony novice? No, this is what's his name? Fucking Damo. I don't know. Damo 279. I don't know who he is. I just found the video.
Let's put aside the speculation for now and try to end this video by bringing it back to the beginning. The Master of Masters' plan to trap or defeat the 13 darknesses that he claims have attacked the people of light. 5 were to perish in the Keyblade War in the bodies of the 5 foretellers. The Master of Masters and Lushu were also in Chao's one, and as soon as the
that's the thing. Okay, like the Master's plan was to get rid of all 13. You know, 4 of them died in the Keyblade War, but we don't know what happened to Ava. Or Ava. I call her Ava. And then 2 are in the Master of Masters and fucking Lushu, aka Zigbar. Brain, blah 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 blah.
Was set up, he would time travel into the future as Lushu made his way there manually, living each and every moment patiently as he awaited the return of the Master. 5 should have been trapped within the 5 Union Leaders' hearts and jettisoned into the future through time travel arcs, meaning that 7 would arrive in the future, where a new generation of Keyblade wielders, capable of prevailing in a renewed Keyblade War, would be there to defeat them. This seems to be the implication of the Kingdom Hearts 3 epilogue scene.
But this theory is that we never saw a data person outside of the data world. Yeah, that's the thing, and I don't think we'll ever know that. I'm not sure, but that kind of makes that's kind of the only thing that makes sense in a way, you know, having like the real brain and a data brain, you know? Data nominate? Well, cause I mean Kingdom Hearts 3, cause technically, don't we use two vessels to bring Naminé and Roxas? Oh, and Shion, cause Shion was technically Data, right? From fucking all the adventures of Sora, I believe, right? And then Kingdom Hearts 3, at least they use a vessel. I at least think that's the Data shit, right? Because I don't think there was any other way. Or I mean, technically, fucking Roxas inside Sora's heart, I guess, but they didn't use fucking Sora's heart to get Roxas out, so I don't know. Confusing. I'm gonna continue.
The game that Ericus describes sees 7 black pieces facing off against what one would assume to be the Heroes of Light, with the first piece entering the board being the crown that represented Sora in the previous game. And one final darkness would be trapped inside the data world. Maybe the Master of Masters intended to keep it trapped there eternally in this place, rather than utterly expunging a fundamental force of the universe. Or perhaps he intended for it to be destroyed last, after the remaining 12 had been taken care of, and the combined forces of light from both past and future could complete the feat together. However, as stated, things deviated wildly from this plan. I think we can only say with any level of assuredness that 4 of the foretellers perished.
Yeah, because we don't know if
Ava did as
Ava.
well, but given the implications from the epilogue, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I think
5
she's still
darknesses
alive.
that were supposed to possess the Union leaders certainly diverged from the path. The one perhaps intended to possess Strelitzia ended up entering Ventus's
Ventus,
heart
yeah.
instead and murdering the poor girl. Based on the
Which
events of Kingdom Hearts
which
3's
later
prequel
became fucking Carnitas, fucking Vanitas.
Minds DLC,
So-
it seems that though it was able to roam free for a time as Vanitas, now that Vanitas has rejoined with Ven, this particular darkness still lingers deep within Ven's heart.
Yeah.
The other 4 darknesses, possibly intended for the remaining Union leaders, have all found themselves trapped within an external corridor of day-to-day breakdown,
Yeah.
rather than the world itself. And I think the implication is that the Master of Masters and Lushu successfully trapped the darkness within their hearts as well. The Master does seem set to arrive in the future as planned, but what about the one inside Lushu? Before we forget, he's already perished, right? Maybe even twice now. It's likely he faked his death in Kingdom Hearts 3,
Yeah.
but his Nobody and his Heartless must have been defeated in Kingdom Hearts 2, which allowed him to be recompleted. I suppose it probably doesn't count as properly dying, though. So let's just say that Lushu also has a darkness within his heart, and is also poised to be struck down in the present. So that's 4 or 5 struck down already, 1 each in the Master and Lushu, 1 in Ventus that hopefully we can find a way
No
not
more
to destroy,
charity.
and 4 trapped in the data world. That makes 12 that we have a pretty good idea about the location of. Now for the 13th and final darkness, the one that was last seen with Lushu in the real world, where it seems they were about to have some sort of confrontation. Again, so as not to speculate, I'll cut to the chase. We know the darkness could not have been destroyed without a form.
Wait, what
So
happened? Video has broken stuff that was, I don't know, so my idea. Oh, this is so comes with another new ability. What do you mean new ability?
As Lushu quickly forced it into some sort of vessel and then destroyed it, I would assume it's still out there. I see there being 2 interesting ideas here. Either Lushu took it upon himself to try and bear the burden of a second darkness in his heart,
Yeah.
which possibly had an effect on his personality from that point onwards, or he drove it out into the world, allowing it to spread and corrupt people throughout the realm of light, and giving one explanation as to why darkness exists in people's hearts in future titles, before the advent of Ansem and his apprentices' experiments. So things have clearly deviated from the Master's stated plan, but of course, this is the Master of Masters we're talking about. This could well have been the plan all along.
Yeah.
He knows his adversary Darkness is shrewd and cunning, and it will take an extremely complicated plan with a healthy amount of unpredictability to actually triumph over them. After all, the original ending of the Book of Prophecies described an event in which darkness prevailed, which is why, in my mind at least, the Master allowed Darkness to have a peek at the book, and why Darkness is attempting to follow along with that future the book described as closely as possible. If they follow what is essentially a series of instructions, they should end up completely extinguishing the light, or so they believe. Which, in a way, did happen. The original ending to the conflict between light and darkness in Kingdom Hearts 3 was that darkness prevailed, just as the book said it would. It was only through a breaking of the taboos of nature that allowed Sora to rewind time and alter the events that were apparently destined to happen, allowing the light to ultimately triumph over the darkness. Master Xehanort infused 13 vessels with his own darkness, and each were defeated, allowing the creation of the Keyblade. I had wondered if Xehanort's entire purpose for being was to be the Master's final backup plan. If the 13 Darknesses were not destroyed as planned, perhaps they would all find their way into this one ultimate heart, our reincarnated hero from the age of fairy tales that was able to channel an ever-increasing amount of darkness without ever seeming to be fazed by it. A wielder who would ultimately triumph over every seemingly impossible situation they found themselves in. Would such a heart be capable of handling all 13 Darknesses within it? With some gentle prodding, would they attempt to recreate the Keyblade War? And if that sacrificial lamb, containing all 13 Darknesses, was destroyed, would the darkness be defeated once and for all? I am less confident in that idea now, but it could be one explanation from why Xehanort was taken from his place of birth, perhaps to avoid the fate that was written for him. Perhaps it was why the Master chose to personally visit him and send him down his dark path.
Yeah.
One final sacrifice in the name of defeating the darkness. The darkness cannot comprehend what the Master...
I think you have the ability, if you give away your Keyblade, which makes it possible to freely separate your heart from body. And Brain's body gets the backup data loaded inside. We have persons who got data loaded in bodies before Riku, for example. True. Sorry, my throat is still... I don't know. Shit's confusing, man. It's like, what in the fuck? You know? I'm just like, I don't know. It's all a little confusing. I'm still kind of trying to work my brain around it, which I'm understanding some of it, but still not understanding some of it. And we're not gonna fully know what the fuck goes on until either Kingdom Hearts 4 or the next game, because I don't feel like we're gonna get the full explanation in Kingdom Hearts 4. Dead ass. Maybe a little bit more in Missing Links. Who fucking knows? But we'll just have to wait and see, sadly.
Master is planning, just as the Master cannot truly comprehend what the darkness is after. The two have discussed as much, and on one such occasion, the Master revealed to the darkness that he was sending not just himself and the Union leaders into the future, but also 7 crowns that one would assume will help the forces of light. He also revealed to the darkness something of great importance to him that he had noticed while peering through time. A world he can't even imagine. Using the other Kingdom Hearts games as context, he is surely referring to the fictional worlds that have been brought up recently in the secret ending of Kingdom Hearts 3, in Remind, and in Melody of Memory. For some reason, the Master of Masters shows a great interest in this world of neither light nor darkness. Perhaps, as it is a location that is yet to become tainted by the darkness, the Master wants to ensure that it remains that way, or possibly wants to claim it for himself. It has been hinted that the Foretellers, or some other ancient Keyblade Masters, might have disappeared into this fictional world, and recalled that Ansem the Seeker of Darkness also showed an interest in this place. And now, Sora, Riku, Yozora, and apparently the Master of Masters himself have all entered within a year after the events of Kingdom Hearts 3. In the vein of wrapping up, I should also mention, of course, that Lauriam and Larxene may well have regained their memories from the ancient past after being defeated in Kingdom Hearts 3, and will likely have spent the last year searching for any clues of Strelitzia's whereabouts, and how to revive her. Hopefully the next installment in the franchise will give us an update on that situation as well. Speaking of that next installment, Dark Road will apparently receive its finale in late September 2021. Hopefully we'll learn more about this mysterious second Scala, and the organization that Brain has become involved with.
We're gonna watch that like literally right after,
if we're lucky, we might get some more clarification about the fate of that 13th Darkness, and the whole situation with the second Brain as well. And of course, the most important question that's still to be asked. About the person who knows the story of those ancient Keyblade Masters, that forgotten Keyblade War, and the children that rebuilt the Lost World, and ensures that story is passed on to future generations. Is Kairi's grandmother Ava or Vor?
That would kind of make sense.
And with that, I think I'll leave you here for now, friends. I've definitely rushed through some details, particularly the ones I've already covered more thoroughly in my earlier explanation videos, but I believe this is everything you need to know about the story of Kingdom Hearts Key, Unchained Key, Back Cover, and Union Cross, as well as what you need to know before you enjoy the next games in the series. Rest assured though, I will absolutely be making videos elaborating further on the ending, so please ask any questions you still have, and I will do my best to create further videos to answer them. Just as a start, I really want to dive further into my reasonings behind the 2 Brains and the 2 Scalas. I really want to thank you for watching. This has been...
Yeah, because the Scala situation's a little fucking confusing.
My first main video shortly before the release of Kingdom Hearts 3, when I feel no one really understood or cared about the story of the stupid mobile game. to now seeing the entire fan base hungrily lapping up each update as we made our way.
I didn't care about the stupid mobile game. Sadly, I should have.
And I want to sincerely thank you for allowing me to be a tiny part of your experience in that. And with that, I'll leave you with one final message until I see you again. May your heart be your guiding key.
That was good. That was good. It did explain and kind of clarify a lot of stuff, in all honesty. Because I still kind of wondered, I'm like, where the hell did Larxene and Marluxia kind of come into play, you know? I still don't know how they died yet, technically, but who knows? Also explain how Luxu's body changed, and I could probably explain the Book of Prophecies through this theory, which is the reason I like it so much. Yeah. Cause I don't know, I was thinking maybe fucking, you know, maybe Luxu did just like take one of you know, if there was technically two brains, you know, data brain and actual brain, Luxu took one fucking brain, probably data brain, as his own fucking vessel, maybe, I don't know, because he is supposed to technically take an apprentice, right? Because he's supposed to hand down the Keyblade to apprentices and shit until it finds the right fucking person to wield said Keyblade that the master had. But I don't know. How did it end up in fucking Xehanort's hand, you know? Is it fucking... Well, yeah, because I mean, I guess technically if it's Luxu's in Brain's body, or either one, or fucking Brain is his apprentice, and like you said, it's probably Brain that was the old man that took fucking little baby Xehanort out of his mother's hands, and you know, then that became, you know, fucking how fucking I forgot his name. I literally just said his fucking name. Xehanort. How Xehanort literally got his that Keyblade. I guess it would kind of make sense. I want to know more about the two different Scalas though. The Scala that we have in Kingdom Hearts 3, and then the Scala that they showed right there, where Brain fucking teleported to, because that's the Scala of missing links, which I guess would kind of explain why it's fucking called missing links, because we're, you know, missing that fucking info, you know, which would make sense, I guess. Because that's not the Scala that we have or know about. You know, that's a whole different Scala than the one in Kingdom Hearts 3. Because I don't think the one in Kingdom Hearts 3 had what's his name? I already forgot the main dude's name. As a statue there, you know? So I don't know. It's still all very fucking confusing, but also all very fucking great. Ephemer, yeah, Ephemer. Sorry, I'm gonna forget a lot about the mobile characters' names because I didn't play it, and this is like the first time me hearing about it. So I'm gonna forget Ephemer and Scald, I believe that's their name. And then did my stream die? Oh no, never mind. Sorry, I saw my stream loading for a second and I panicked. And then fucking Starasila, whatever her name is, fucking Marluxia's sister, which we're gonna see more in Kingdom Hearts 4 apparently. So on and so forth. There's so much shit that we're not fucking knowing, which is understandable because, you know, it's only the Xehanort saga that's fucking gone, and not Master of the Master saga, or fucking the info that we need from him. So still a little confusing though. Give me a second. Alright, cool. Alright, let's watch the last 25 minutes of the shit that we need to watch. And then we could talk more about fucking everything that we've kind of gone through today, and I guess I could explain what I've understand, I guess. And you know, if I'm missing anything, anyone could just throw shit in there. But yeah, we're gonna fucking watch 25 minutes explained of Dark Roads. So I guess the whole story of fucking Xehanort, I guess they're friends, because I guess Xehanort had friends. I didn't know someone like that could have friends, but I guess. So yeah, fuck it.
Kingdom Hearts Dark Road.
Brain Ventus player. Yeah. All that shit, like I won't remember a lot of them. I'll be honest, I won't fucking remember a lot of the fucking foretellers, you know? But, you know, yeah.
Road tells the story of how Xehanort,
Thank you.
the central antagonist to the entire Kingdom Hearts series so far, started down the path that led him from being an innocent, curious boy living on his quiet, isolated home of Destiny Islands to the gnarled old master, willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve his goal. It is a story told in episodic updates, and as of the December 2020 recording of this video, is on episode 3 of a currently unknown total amount of episodes. I'll put this video in a playlist and add to it whenever episodes 4, 5, 6, and beyond are
Oh,
released.
then should I watch this or should I go fucking find I'm gonna go find it real quick. Shut up. That's the whole fucking, let me see down here. The full story of Dark Roads explain a secret ending. Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer. Did Lucy possess Brain? I guess we could probably watch that after. I don't know anything about Melody of Memory, so I'm not gonna watch those videos at all. We're gonna actually play the game after Kingdom Hearts 3. So we'll do that. Yeah, okay, I guess I'll just watch that video because I don't think there's something else. Well, this is the secret ending or whatever, so I guess we could probably watch that after. So yeah, fuck it.
Kingdom Hearts Dark Road tells the story of how Xehanort, the central antagonist, is on episode 3 of a currently unknown total amount of episodes.
What happened?
I'll put this video in a playlist and add to it.
Wait, good question is, last update, came episode 4 to 7 in one package. Well, I don't fucking know. My fucking dude, my stream is acting up. I'm gonna be a little behind, so if I respond to you kind of late, I'm very sorry. My stream is acting up. I don't know why. Yeah, I'm like dropping. All right. Are we back? Are we back? Are we back? Sorry, just needed to fucking reset for some reason because I don't know if my internet's acting up today or what, but I'm dropping frames like crazy, which is making the stream kind of delayed a little bit. So again, I'm very sorry about that. That's like the second time we had to do that tonight, which is fucking weird. Usually that doesn't happen, but yeah, hopefully we're good. We're back on fucking on pace. We're like maybe like fucking a second behind, but that's usually how Twitch goes. So yeah, let's just continue then.
Whenever episodes 4, 5, 6, and beyond are released. So please subscribe to stay notified. Without taking any more of your time, let's begin. This is the complete story of Kingdom Hearts Dark Road chronologically explained. So far.
So far.
Episodes 1 to 3. In the aftermath of the clash between Master Ericus's pupils and the aging Master Xehanort, all that remained was an amnesiac man who awoke in Radiant Garden, remembering nothing but that his name was Xehanort. He would be brought in to join Ansem the Wise as one of his apprentices, and though we will get into this time period properly in a separate video, his time as an apprentice comes to an end when he performs his final experiment, removing the hearts from the bodies of both himself and his fellow apprentices, splitting them into Heartless and Nobodies. The Nobodies would go on to form the founding members of Organization 13, and the heart would take on the name of Xehanort's former master, Ansem. As a heart unburdened by a body, the heart of Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, is now able to travel backwards through time to a point in which a version of himself already exists, and returns to a time at which he was a young lad, exactly where he needed to be to complete the time loop and set all of the following events into motion. As a child, Xehanort would often dream of people he had never met before, children that were involved in some grand adventure, visiting worlds and encountering creatures that seemed completely foreign to anything he had ever seen on his tiny island. He yearned to travel outside his island prison, so that he might one day meet these friends that he saw in his dreams. And one day, as he awoke from yet another dream, He looked out at the ocean that kept his tiny world separated from the many other worlds that might be out there, and was approached by a being shrouded in a brown robe. Xehanort didn't realize it at the time, but he was being approached by a version of himself from the far future, and the heart of his future self offered Xehanort the opportunity to see the worlds that he dreamt of, noting that there was nothing for him on the Destiny Islands, but to await a quiet and uneventful death. The cloaked figure opened a dark corridor, and with barely a moment's hesitation, the young Xehanort takes that first step through, leaving his home behind, and finding himself on a literal dark path. Dark clouds whispered to Xehanort as he walked, conveying emotions of hatred, jealousy, and doubt towards him, feelings that he had never felt before, but were somehow directed at him from people that he had yet to meet. But the fear and trepidation he was feeling almost comforted him. It reminded him that his heart still knew how to feel, but he didn't realize that he was walking down a path that led to something scarier than darkness itself. Emptiness. Xehanort made his way through the dark corridor, losing consciousness as he arrived in this new land, the world of Scala ad Caelum. Xehanort was found by the water, and when he regained consciousness, he was taken in and given the opportunity to attend classes with other children his age, children that were studying to become Keyblade wielders. Among his classmates were Emod, Bragai, Erd, Vor, Boulder, and his closest friend, Ericus. Ericus was fascinated by Xehanort, and frequently tried to get him to open up about his experience in the world that he had come from, though Xehanort rarely offered the curious Ericus any information. Ericus knew that he had to have come from another world, given that the islands that surrounded their home were allegedly all deserted, a fact that has currently not been elaborated on. The two boys often entertained themselves by playing chess, forming something of a friendly rivalry, similar to a rivalry shared by two other boys from Destiny Islands. They would study under their master Odin, a tall, bearded man donned in a large cloak and a wide-brimmed hat that obscured the majority of his face. Practically the only feature that can be seen of him was a single, piercing eye. Here, the students would learn about the nature of things, as they trained to become
Wait a
masters,
second.
such as the light-filled worlds that comprised their known universe, and the darkness that threatened them. They would also learn about their history as a people, hearing the Master's favourite story about the ancient Keyblade War, in which Keyblade-bearing warriors came together to clash for the light within Kingdom Hearts, splitting asunder the realm of light in the process. Though I do wonder how reliable of a narrator Master Odin actually is, given that it seems his retelling of the events may not have included any mention of the foretellers. Anyway, these 7 students comprised the lower class, but there were also 7 students in the upper class, including Balder's sister. Around a week before the time of Dark Road's proper beginning, these 7 upper students were due to undertake their Mark of Mastery exam, but rather than sit a conventional test, they were tasked with exploring the worlds outside of Scala ad Caelum. Balder confided in Ericus
Not
that
the
he was
master,
concerned about the
master
safety of his
illusion.
sister,
Nah,
fearing that something about Master Odin's exam.
I need water. Give me a second.
The way his sister had described it, only those that made it back would be named masters, making it sound like not all of the students would be returning safely home. Balder had a terrible feeling that his sister would be lost to darkness, and at the mere mention of the word darkness, Ericus perked up. Balder apologized for bringing up a painful subject, and began to recall that Ericus's grandfather had previously battled the darkness. That's how he... But Ericus cuts Balder off before he can finish his thought, saying that he doesn't exactly know what happened to his grandfather, but that just the thought that darkness could be lurking nearby makes him anxious, and that hating darkness may be in his blood. This is interesting because, well, of course, Ericus has been described as a blue blood, descended from a long lineage of Keyblade wielders, and it is a current fan theory that perhaps Brain is his ancient ancestor. But Dark Road is asserting that Ericus's grandfather battled the darkness, with his fate currently unrevealed. Perhaps he either perished or disappeared as a result. This makes the timeline a little strange. Are they saying that Brain is his direct grandfather, and that only 2 generations have come since the founding of Scala ad Caelum? I'll confess to having a headcanon here, but I always imagined that Brain and the Dandelions would return to the original Daybreak town that suffered after the Keyblade War, and build Scala ad Caelum practically on top of it. Brain certainly fits the description of someone who battled the darkness after everything he witnessed in Union Cross so far, and what will surely follow in the next few updates. Or are they saying that Scala came under the threat of darkness 2 generations ago, and it was up to people like Ericus's grandfather to defend their world? That actually might be the reason why the surrounding islands of Scala are deserted. It does seem extremely bizarre to me that 90% of this world is deserted, but I'm sure we'll hear more about this plot point in the future. But speaking of darkness lurking nearby,
And
all the keyblades,
I guess it would kind of make sense that that's his like ancestor because Ericus gets that fucking keyblade that he has, which he passes down to Aqua. I guess it kind of makes sense because fucking Brain was supposed to get that back from fucking from what's his name? Fucking I'm trying to fucking I'm looking at your list. I forgot the name. Ephmer. So it kind of makes sense.
now that Lushu is likely nearby, surely having discarded his original body long ago by this point, and fulfilling his role in keeping an eye on the Master of Masters Keyblade from a distance, which we can see currently hangs in the student's classroom. The same Keyblade, which of course, the Master of Master can use to see through at any time, watching over any and all prospective Keyblade wielders that he might see potential in. And if he saw one that became fascinated with darkness, for example, perhaps he might be so inclined to help guide that student down a dark path. Sorry, we took a little detour there. I try to keep these videos speculation free, my apologies. With the speculating done, let's head back to the proper beginning of Dark Road. A week later, Master Odin summoned the students to their classroom to inform them of the news that the upperclassmen had indeed gone missing during their Mark of Mastery.
Damn.
And that Xehanort, Ericus, Omod, Bragai, Vor, and Erd were to split up into two teams and go searching for them. Baldur was not to know about this, with Odin's reasoning being that learning about his sister going missing would only cause Baldur to worry. Vor seems a little nervous. Ericus and Bragai can hardly contain their excitement, whereas Omod and Erd ask for some decorum, reminding the others of the reason for the excursion. Odin teaches them the method to leave their world, and sends them on their way. The students ask Xehanort for any advice about the outside worlds, given that he is the only one to have ever been outside Scala. Xehanort reminds them of all the things they have learnt in class, that all the worlds that were scattered after the Realm of Light split apart in the Keyblade War are at different stages of growth and recovery after the Calamity. For some...
For subtitles, it's in German, so you'll probably only understand something. Yeah, you can send it to me whenever you get the subtitles done. I'll be down. Fuck my throat.
Time has resumed complete normalcy, but for others, time literally flows differently relative to other worlds. Some worlds are still in their infancy, and have yet to develop their own order, and with that in mind, it is possible that someone, or something, could potentially affect the growth and destiny of a developing world before it has even properly begun. Splitting into two teams of three, the wielders don their Keyblade armor, allowing them to travel safely between the worlds without feeling the corruptive influence of darkness.
Pog armor.
Xehanort and Ericus sport the armor previously seen by their later incarnations in Kingdom Hearts 2 and Birthplace Slave Final X, bizarrely including the Nobody Sigil even now, whereas the other four students' armor bears a resemblance to the Union armor of Union Cross, with Vor, Bragai, Erd, and Omod resembling Volpes, Unicornus, Anguis, and I suppose Ursus, respectively. I wonder if Baldur will be donned in a yellow attire matching Leopardus, should his armor ever be revealed. With their armor equipped to shield them from the darkness, the students leap into the air and morph their Keyblades into vehicles, setting off to search the outside worlds. They discover that Agrabah is still in the process of reforming, and as such, there are currently no living beings in the world, save for Heartless. Emblem Heartless, in fact. The wielders remark on how bizarre that is, as during their lessons, they had learned that the original Keyblade wielders of Daybreak Town battled against Emblem Heartless, but these were just projections from the Book of Prophecies, using the appearance of Heartless that wouldn't actually exist until the future, ironically created by Xehanort himself. They rationalize that if the upperclassmen were to encounter Heartless unexpectedly as well, some may choose to run, and some may choose to stand and fight. But with no real trace of the missing wielders, they return to Scala, deciding not to tell Master Odin of their findings, and continue on to the next world, Wonderland. Here, Xehanort notices that the denizens of the world live in fear of the Queen of Hearts. They soon realize that she may have darkness in her heart, and bizarrely, both Xehanort and Ericus seem to experience a flashback simultaneously of memories from the time of Union Cross, where Brain mentioned to Ephema, Skald, and Ven, who was unknowingly harboring a being of darkness within himself, that darkness can hide anywhere, even inside someone. We'll get into this flashback later, but as a person that clearly has darkness in her heart, darkness that visibly manifests around her as she speaks, she wields that power she gains from the darkness to rule with an iron fist. But the students are hesitant to intervene. After all, if that is how this world works, who are they to say otherwise? Still, Xehanort and Ericus say they believe...
That's not the tall, lanky fucker that I fought in Kingdom Hearts 1.
Eventually they may be forced to confront the darkness within those hearts as they continue their search. Xehanort wonders, is it possible that the darkness could bury so deep within someone that they themselves would have no idea of its presence? And if so, would it be right to turn a Keyblade on that person, a dark shell of their former self? Xehanort, Ericus, and their companion return to the Queen of Hearts to question her directly. Does she intentionally rule with fear? Or is it the darkness deep within her that forces her to do these things? But this only enrages the Queen, and that darkness within her becomes visible to the wielders again. In the brief moment that it shows itself, Xehanort thinks that he sees it smiling. Perhaps similar to the arrogant way in which darkness showed itself to Brain in the latest update of Union Cross. And a manifestation of the Queen's wrath appears before the young wielders. It's interesting that it is the Queen's wrath represented here, given that wrath is of course one of the 7 deadly sins, the same one that Era is named for in fact. Perhaps over the course of the next Disney Worlds, the students will confront the remaining 6 deadly sins. Anyway.
Marcus wasn't just, blind to Turbo, he was in our final domination. Yeah, he wasn't completely fucking blind. He was a smart kid, I guess. Just later on in life, he kind of just said, fuck it, I don't care.
After defeating it, they return back to Scarlet at Kylum and discuss the next phase of their plan as a group. Surely some form of darkness is responsible for the missing upperclassmen, but Xehanort wonders if they aren't in some way responsible for its presence as well. After all, one bright light can cast many shadows. And in fact, without light itself, there would be no concept of darkness. Erd isn't as on board with the idea, saying that because darkness exists is the reason they became Keyblade wielders in the first place. There's a big difference between light leading to darkness and darkness leading to light in her eyes. Odin had taught them that when the negativity within someone's heart grows to the point where it can no longer be contained, that is when darkness is born in their hearts. The group still isn't sure if the Queen's darkness was her own, or if it was an outside force that she welcomed into her heart, but Xehanort questions whether it even matters. Wonderland kept order because a queen with darkness in her heart ruled with fear. The Keyblade wielder's perspective of light being good and darkness being bad simply wasn't relevant. But Ericus takes complete umbrage with that statement, insisting to Xehanort that darkness is bad and always has been, something that he should know, especially well as a Keyblade wielder, a guardian of light. Xehanort hasn't forgotten, but what he is worried about is that if the upperclassmen found themselves in a world in which the order it followed was that of darkness, then it's possible that they may have been defeated. Ericus refuses to entertain the thought, but Hermod calms everyone down and says that they'll all continue to complete their role in searching for the upperclassmen. And seeing as that may well be connected to the darkness, they'll investigate that as well, remaining cautiously optimistic as they take off to the next world. 4 years later.
Oh.
Rain falls heavily upon Xehanort's head as he lays down flowers on 4 graves. His final task, before leaving Scarlet at Kylum one last time to see the worlds, before it is his turn to undertake the Mark of
Damn, did all the homies die?
So the obvious implication is that Vor, Hermod, Erd, and Bragai have perished.
Damn.
We cannot say with certainty who these graves belong to just yet, because right now, there are at least 13 possible candidates. The 5 fellow students in Xehanort's class, of course,
True.
7 upperclassmen, and Master Odin himself. Ericus arrives and tells Xehanort that what happened wasn't his fault, and tries to coax him into staying, saying that Xehanort has already seen what's out there. To which Xehanort retorts that he hasn't seen everything. Ericus tries to prod further, asking Xehanort just what it is that he's actually looking for, but is completely ignored by his sullen friend. But by reminding Xehanort of their ongoing friendly rivalry of chess, Ericus manages to get Xehanort to pause and turn to face him. With some hope and light still in his eyes, Xehanort asks Ericus if he really means that. And to me, I read this as Xehanort asking Ericus if he truly believes that what happened to these 4 people isn't his fault. Does Ericus truly not blame him for what happened? Can he still call himself Ericus's friend? Is there still hope for him? With that life back in his eyes, Ericus gives Xehanort his blessing to leave, and the 2 friends seem to part on good terms, as Xehanort departs to once more explore the worlds outside and get his answers. So clearly, something tragic happens to at least 4 people between where we are now and the time skip, the time at which Xehanort prepares to undertake his own Mark of Mastery exam. Something tragic that Xehanort personally carries a lot of guilt over. Was he unable to stand up to the forces of darkness? Did he choose to stay and fight when it would have been safer to run? Was he tempted by darkness and hurt his friends in a vain attempt to wield it? Until the story advances further, we simply won't know. But whatever happened obviously had a devastating effect on Xehanort's development as a young person and his worldview. His fragile young mind, so vulnerable from the disaster he likely just witnessed, and may have been even partially responsible for, is now ripe to be molded by an external force. And it wouldn't surprise me at all if that external force had a hand in the disaster in the first place. Around this time, it is implied that Xehanort came in contact with a strange man known as the Master of Masters, who gave him a black coat to ward off darkness. That man may have told him about a great many things during their initial conversation, and I believe that at some point, Dark Road will cover that first encounter.
So is sorry. Is this young Xehanort, like, you know, the one in Kingdom Hearts 2 and 3, is that the one that's in Dark Roads? Because I don't know, like, you know, you can't really tell in chibi form, but is it the same one? Technically, or is that one he's younger? I don't really fucking know. I'm gonna say it's the same one.
As this actually hasn't happened in Dark Road yet, and would be purely speculation.
Yes? Okay, cool.
It is best left until my next video, further exploring Xehanort's motivations. But the fated encounter was clearly something that the Master of Masters needed to happen in order to enact his grand plan. The last thing we have chronologically seen in Kingdom Hearts Dark Road, so far, is Xehanort returning to Wonderland and allowing himself to be captured so that he can be brought in front of the Queen of Hearts.
You see the
and
scene.
her darkness
Gotcha.
once more. He is pleased to see the darkness, clearly confirming whatever suspicions he was holding about its nature and ability to hide inside people. Did the students perhaps believe they had eradicated the darkness, only for Xehanort to suspect that it still resided in people's hearts? Again, these are the questions that will be addressed as the story progresses. I imagine we will see him revisit many, many more Disney worlds as part of his world tour, and again it is implied
Why was it
that he will
just a Sora there?
encounter a lot more darkness. We know this because soon after, he will return to the Master of Masters' side, as evidenced by the cutscene we have seen during Kingdom Hearts 3's Remind DLC, where the Master of Masters asks him how the world tour went. Here, the Master of Masters will cement Xehanort's beliefs, stoking the dark fires that burn within him, and making the decision to walk down the dark path irreversible. This is of course not part of Dark Road, and though it again may be covered in the Dark Road art style at some point, given how pertinent the conversation is, I feel like it is worth including here. As said, the Master of Masters asks how this world tour went, and Xehanort responds by saying that it taught him the very reason for his existence. The people that live in these worlds appear to enjoy peaceful lives, full of kindness and virtues, but it's all a total sham. There is a darkness in the pit of every heart. The light is a farce. Xehanort relays the things that he saw. Those that are weak attempt to seize power from those that already have it, corrupting themselves with darkness. This begets others, now weaker than them, to attempt to steal their power, and the cycle continues endlessly, forever deepening the darkness. And all the while, the people are convincing themselves that they are doing what is right. Xehanort cannot abide what he has seen. They are all weak in his eyes. None of these fools hold any real power. They will just squabble endlessly and chaotically over any scraps of power they can get their hands on, and in their escalating cycle of backstabbing and power grabbing, they will inevitably cause casualties, eventually taking their world down with them. There needs to be order, or else all worlds will fall to this chaotic cycle of destruction, just as they did in the Keyblade War. And in Xehanort's eyes, ruling with darkness is the only path. For their own good, the people need to be ruled by darkness. The Master of Masters prods him towards affirming his worldview, that one day Xehanort will be wielding the darkness, and he won't need to worry about some silly old coat to protect him. Xehanort can feel this destined path within himself. After all, his future is already etched upon his heart.
Yeah.
He doesn't realize it yet, but his every action is preordained, given that, in order to have ever left Destiny Islands in the first place, his future self had to travel back in time and set himself on the path. Therefore, he has no choice but to eventually become Ansem the Seeker of Darkness himself and travel back in time in order to complete the time loop. Xehanort asks the Master of Masters for his name, and though he is given a very cryptic and possibly revealing answer, Xehanort brushes it off to ask again. The Master begrudgingly answers, and though we do not get to hear what was said, Xehanort does, and the Master finishes by saying that he is a lost master. It seems like Xehanort may be hearing these words for the first time, but he doesn't get a chance to ask any further questions. As the Master begins to walk away,
how you doing, boyo?
His final words to Xehanort are, "May your heart be your guiding key." I do wonder if now Xehanort will return to Ericus' side and play him in chess once more, asking him directly about these lost masters. It seems that Ericus knows more about these missing Keyblade wielders and the Keyblade.
Can you only Bobbin going through Kingdom Hearts lore for the mobile games?
His own research, but
Is that a little shit about it?
Over his years and many incarnations, Xehanort will relentlessly pursue his goals of forging the Keyblade, so that with its power, he can recreate the world as he sees fit, and it is the events that occur in Dark Road that impose that mindset upon him. But just what will happen to him and those he cares about? What could make him so convinced that the only path forward is to wield the power of darkness and commit unspeakable acts and betrayals with it? Xehanort does not simply go forward spreading darkness for the sake of it. I really think he sees this path as the only possible way forward.
The Cuddle Raven leader or whatever.
Destroyed. Melody of Memory revealed something very
Whoa, this is spoiler territory. I haven't fucking seen that yet. I haven't played Melody of Memory yet. Hold on. No, we're not doing that. Nope. I'm gonna play Melody of Memory on my own fucking term and know what the fuck goes on. The game has canon. I guess it does. I guess it fucking does. I didn't know a fucking, a goddamn, Osu type game fucking, has that shit, but I don't know. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was trying to check the the Fortnite shop earlier, but apparently the shops were down, so I was like, okay. Even the rhythm game is important. Yeah, every game is important in Kingdom Hearts fucking lore, sadly. I just haven't played it because I just didn't play it. I should have bought it when it first came out, but I'm probably gonna play it after we beat Kingdom Hearts 3, because I mean that's not much story though. Yeah. Can I just skip forward because I don't know that I don't want to be spoiled by it.
And its complementary material so far. I'm honestly really
oh, that's it. Okay, cool.
Out of story content so far. It seems a lot more organized and perhaps thought out than Key and Union Cross did. And I really like that the interactions with the Disney characters are clearly relevant and almost metaphorical to what Xehanort is learning as he travels. I'm very suspicious of Master Odin so far. He's certainly one of my...
Okay, I don't think, I mean, there was a secret episode. I don't know if you guys want to watch that. I don't know if it probably is relevant, but this was a year ago.
Over the events of the post-credits ending of the long-awaited Kingdom Hearts Dark Road finale, then explaining what it all means, as well as covering the large implications for the future of the series.
Okay, we'll probably watch it. Yeah, okay. I mean, I guess that explains the whole Xehanort shit. Wait, is it more spoilers? If it's more spoilers, I'm not gonna watch it. If you're gonna tell me that, please do. After Dark Road, but that was Dark Road that we just watched. The last one, I believe, unless there was another one that he just didn't fucking put up. Cause that's Union Cross. That's the whole Union Cross one that we watched. The Brain Theory, Kingdom Hearts 4, Missing Link. That was the episode 7. I don't think he put it in order, did he? No, he did. Did he just not fucking put it in the list or what? He didn't put it in the fucking list. Oh. Fan dubs. Kingdom Hearts remake. That's that one. Would I have to go a little bit fucking back? Let's go back until we find Dark Road. So this is the one that's, yeah, okay, it's this one. But I'm not explaining Union Cross before the final Union Cross explained. No. Ending split into 2 parts. Okay, good. We don't need to watch all that shit because we've watched that whole thing. Unimportant cutscenes full. That's like fucking 8 hours, like 7 hours. I'm not watching that shit. Of him after this. Is there not? Kingdom Hearts Union Cross any percent. Oh, unban. Sorry about that. Fucking. Yeah, that should just. On timeout. There you go. You're good, Ozma. Sorry, Stream Elements doesn't like fucking links. Okay, because we've seen that part. Oh, that's the thing. I don't really want to read anything, man. Oh, hell no. It's gonna take too long to watch all that shit, dude. If it's not explained, I'm not gonna watch it all. That's too fucking much. No, you're fine, Ozma. Next time if you're gonna post a link, just let me know, and either me or Jug will fucking give you permission for it. On the oven, what happened? Oh, he put a link. No, I would watch all that, but literally that was 3 out of 7, and like every fucking other episode is like fucking 30 minutes fucking long. I'm not gonna watch all that. I'm sorry. Oh, for to post links and stuff, but we already got it solved. Trying to remember the command. I believe you just click on his name and then permit, I believe. Dark Road's final officially delayed. Yeah, I don't think he didn't upload anything, did he? Final is coming soon. Toddler Nort. Secret ending 1 and 2. Could write you a summary. I think that should be fine. Would there be anyone who fucking technically did an explanation? Different, I don't know what. Did it change or what? I'm gonna get a fucking cough drop. Give me a second. Yeah, because I know there's a lot missing, but I don't know. I guess he just never fucking uploaded it. Which is kind of lame. Did but no subtitles. Damn, can't believe it. Here, let's see if I could just, if something will pop up, I guess. Dark Road explained. Let's just see explained and see if there's any. There's gonna be some that are so fucking long. 1 year ago, 1 year ago. There's gotta be one that's like recent, right? Oh man. Back to the Scala. Mans of Castle. Oh, dude, I don't want to watch this full fucking thing. I really don't, but we might have to. I think this one's probably the best one. Because we were around here, huh? Back to Scala. I think. I don't know how good his videos are. Understandable. Yeah, let's fuck, am I really gonna watch more? Fuck. I mean, might have to. Let's see, some of your main events, Wild Old Man, Xehanort Bald. Stupid. The Magic Mirrors. Oh, that's the final, that's the final. Okay. Does this have the final? This oversimplified thing. You know this. Wait, what? Why is Xehanort Bald gonna watch it? Got it. I think this is probably like the best one. Oh, he's gonna talk, right? So we're gonna go for like an extra hour and a half of stream to finish watching this shit. Might as well, right?
they return from Wonderland to go back to Scala, where they try and decide which darkness they want to follow next. Xehanort notes how a single light can cast countless shadows, and as light guardians, it's likely the more they venture forth, the more darkness is going to follow them. As Xehanort's theory goes, their existence is birthing more darkness, and as such, the upperclassmen may have also attracted darkness by going out.
I don't like the way this dude's explaining shit. It's not smooth enough. It's not smooth enough for me to want to just... Oh, you're talking about this one. You know, simplified story. Almost hitting the desk, god damn it. Alright, Toxic, have a good night's sleep, boyo. I might just watch the oversimplified one, fuck it. If it has all of them, if that is, you know. If that's the case. Yeah, have a good night, Toxic. Yeah, I was gonna watch this one, but that dude, I don't like the way that fucking he explaining it. Why'd you hit me? He's not smooth enough with his explanation. Just for like the few couple seconds I listened. I guess.
So I have a love-hate relationship with Kingdom Hearts Dark Road. I really wanted this game, like really bad.
Okay, I'm gonna skip a little bit.
Methodology was formed,
Is there do you have fucking, you don't have anything? Damn. Storm, why'd you get on Nekopara? Alright, so episode 3, this is episode 3. So we need episode 4, episode 4. Okay, we don't know anything after this. So from here we'll watch, I guess it's like another 13 minutes? So let's just watch an oversimplified one, because that's the best that we got right now. And then we'll watch the final secret thing or whatever.
Starts in a familiar setting 1 year before the events of Dark Road. We see the chess scene from the beginning of Kingdom Hearts 3. Xehanort and co arrive in the dwarf woodlands, and after saving said dwarves from a possible mine collapse, Vord tells Ericus and Xehanort about the magic mirror, and of course the first thing Ericus wants to know is how to beat Xehanort in chess. My sweet baby boy. They ask about the missing classmates, and roughly translating from the riddles that the mirror spews out, we learn that they've all been separated from each other. Ericus tries to ask. So interesting is because we've had this feeling that Xehanort has been telling us the story.
Oh no, we know about that, but that's fine. We'll leave it here. Fuck it.
We have him narrating parts of the game with foreknowledge that he wouldn't have access to unless he was retelling the events to somebody else. However, Xehanort is not in the scene with Ericus and Boulder. Granted, this could be just some creative liberty they took, but the series that puts so much attention into small details, I do find it a little strange that we're seeing this cutscene where Xehanort is not present when he has been the focal point of every other scene in the game. As for my predictions, I don't think we have enough information to put together a really educated guess, other than, you know, the obvious stuff. They find the upperclassmen, Xehanort becomes bald, Ericus gets a scar.
Xehanort becomes bald! Alright, brother.
So many branching paths that I just can't account for, and I'm honestly really excited for it. Let's put it like this. With Union Cross, I had a general idea of where I thought the story was going, what made sense narratively, and all of that sort of jazz. However, I was still way off on the mark, but it all made sense narratively and cohesively.
All situation was actually explained. Was it?
Dark Road.
A shot.
I see the narrative.
Stupid.
However, I can't make a straight line with it.
God.
Possibly because we've only had 3 chapters.
Why does Xehanort look like fucking Riku? He looks like a young Riku. I don't like it.
It wasn't a multi-year build-up like Union Cross was, but that just makes me ever more excited when I don't have the slightest clue where the story is going. It's something I can honestly vibe with. And now we just have to wait for Cruel Clues and beyond. temporal clue starts in a familiar setting 1 year before the events of Dark Road. We see the chess scene from the beginning of Kingdom Hearts 3. Xehanort and co arrive in the dwarf woodlands, and after saving said dwarves from a possible mine collapse, Vor tells Ericus and Xehanort about the magic mirror, and of course the first thing Ericus wants to know is how to beat Xehanort in chess. My sweet baby boy. They ask about the missing classmates, and roughly translating from the riddles that the mirror spews out, we learn that they've all been separated from each other. Ericus tries to ask about a specific student named Bitterder, and after the queen tries to make the mirror try to kill them, it is revealed that he was in the room the entire time. Not sure how they missed him when they were coming in, though. He mentions that there is something special about Xehanort, and it's no wonder why Master Odin has taken such an interest in him. Vor leaves with Vilder because he says he still has something he has to do. After this, there is a brief flashback of everyone talking about why they want to become Keyblade Masters, and Hermod mentions to keep the greater order, and unless I'm mistaken, this is the first time that we've heard something like this. Correct me in the comment section below if I'm wrong, but possibly we're getting a deeper look into the orders of how Kingdom Hearts works. This episode ends with Old Man Xehanort going back to the mirror, asking it about his friends that he's been seeing in his dreams for his entire life. He's searched everywhere and hasn't found them, and wants to know where they are, or if they even exist. The mirror points out that Xehanort is now bald, and to go to the Keyblade graveyard. And may I just say that Xehanort going bald because he was stressing about his friends was not on my Dark Road bingo card.
That's why he went bald, because he stressed over his friends? Damn, brother. Damn, my man. So he would have had a full lush of hair if he just wasn't stressing too much. Damn, alright, I see. Damn, he's stressing too much. God damn it.
5, the key to each world's order, starts with a conversation.
Oh, did he shave his head? Okay, okay.
As we're more familiar with them, aka they're old. Talking about the possibility of the Keyblade War, the Keyblade itself, and the aftermath that would come with it. Ericus tells Xehanort that he would never let him do that while he was alive, and he attacks him. We finally see him with the scars that we do in Birth by Sleep, which in my opinion is kind of surprising. I was always under the assumption that he got these scars while they were younger, but this is just a few years before the events of Birth by Sleep, so that means that they're relatively fresh. Returning to the present, Ericus wants to go find Vor, however, Xehanort disagrees, saying that she's made her choice and is following her heart. Shortly after this, Verda returns to Master Odin, trying to say goodbye, but Odin cuts him off, saying that there's a true darkness coming and they need to be ready for it, and to be able to tell the difference between just darkness or shadows and a true darkness. Xehanort, Erd, and Herman head to Beast's castle. Beast has had his rose stolen by some of the upperclassmen, and when they try to speak with him, it goes as well as any conversation with Beast goes. Erd goes after a Heartless, which turns out to be an ambush, and she is almost killed before one of the upperclassmen named Valva saves her. She tries to convince Erd to come with her, similar to what Barter wanted. Afterwards, she refuses. A second upperclassman returns the rose, and Valva says that the rose itself is vital to the world order, which now also lets us know that it isn't specifically characters, but it can also be items that hold importance to the world. Genie's lamp could be another item that could be vital to a world order. This episode ends with Xehanort in a corridor of darkness, talking about how despite his armor being on, he can still feel the darkness seeping into his heart. He decides to release the armor and let the darkness flow into him. Shortly after this, what I will assume to be the Master of Masters appears, saying that he is the Singularity. Things are getting spicy.
He's not really explaining a lot, I'll be honest, but I mean...
Uncertain Orders begins with Mom and Xehanort having a fun conversation.
As long as they know what's happening, I guess.
Being Mom. I've missed his chaotic antics. We've also learned that the cloak is a better defense against the darkness than the Keyblade armor. I will say it makes a little bit of sense, since the Keyblade armor would primarily be used in wars and battles, and not for the sole purpose of fighting back the darkness, if that makes sense. Mom also...
I just noticed I didn't have subtitles on. Whoopsies. Sorry.
Understand just yet. He mentions if you love someone, you can still have bad or misdirected feelings towards them, creating a false light of sorts. He then goes on to talk about power and those without it. It honestly just doesn't make any sense to me right now, but maybe by the end of the episode, it will make more sense and become apparent on what he's meaning. Returning to the present, Erd is still visibly shaken up by the events of the castle, and we learn that the second upperclassman we saw was named Vali. Lots of B names. Also, nothing's better than Xehanort, Herman, and Erd talking about carpet, walking around like a person, as if it's no big deal.
They're vibing.
It's this
Let them be.
chaotic stuff that I just love about Kingdom Hearts. The group has come to the conclusion that the upperclassmen are going after items that are vital to the world order, and look, I was right about the genie's lamp. Look at me. Vider reveals that the reason that they're taking these items is to find a true light that shines through chaos and uncertainty in order to defeat this true darkness. I also love seeing Ericus have this moment of realization that maybe he isn't really that willing to do whatever it takes to destroy the darkness, that plunging the worlds into chaos in order to get rid of it is a little bit too much for him, and he isn't entirely sure if he's okay with it. Xehanort returns to Mom, and we get the cutscene that we saw in the Remind DLC, though now I believe I know what they're talking about.
I was wondering, I'm like, why is he calling him Mom?
Becomes so tainted that any darkness
I was like,
inside
okay.
a person's heart gives all
It clicked after a little
and
bit.
It just simply isn't real in his mind. Constant lies and deceptions is all he sees. Gaining power or losing it has become something that is inherently evil in his mind, and it keeps this vicious cycle growing along with the darkness.
Yeah. That's why I was like, why is he calling him Mom? And then it clicked in my head after a little bit.
Where Ven is dropped off at the land of departure. This also seems to be Xehanort's and Ericus's first interaction since Ericus got his scars. Xehanort believes that Ventus is the one. I'm not sure if this is like Star Wars and there's a prophecy among Keyblade wielders, but that is the idea I'm going to go with until further notice. Later on, through a conversation with the class and Master Odin, we learn that one of the possible things capable of destroying true darkness is Kingdom Hearts itself. This makes me wonder if this is Mom's ultimate plan to summon Kingdom Hearts and just finally destroy all of the darknesses, or if there's something else that he has planned and up his sleeve. After this, Master Odin relieves the class of their task. Boulder eventually returns, revealing that his sister died protecting him from Dragon Maleficent.
Damn.
Bragg has also grown a lot on me in this chapter. He is that character that is just calling everyone out on their BS, and I just think he's incredibly funny. He's quickly becoming one of my favorite characters. We learn the fate of the other missing classmates as they too were killed by Dragon Maleficent, though we see them come in right as Hoarder disappears, so where did Boulder run off to? Was he able to survive and the rest of the upperclassmen just missed him along the way? Someone opened up a portal into the corridors of darkness, and unfortunately Herman and Erd lost their lives, with Boulder and Bragg trapped in the underworld. Going back to when Xehanort dropped off, then we get outright confirmation that Vanitas is one of the original darknesses, confirming a theory that a lot of us have had since the ending of Kingdom Hearts 3. Finally, we arrive at 7 Lights and 13 Darknesses. Scala is being attacked by Boulder, having escaped the underworld, but Bragg not being so lucky. Verder knew that the darkness had taken over Boulder, but didn't have it in his heart to kill him. Ericus in rage attacks Vala, Valley, and Verder for allowing Boulder to fall into the darkness. Boulder had been taken by the darkness shortly after his sister's death, explaining that gap in the enchanted domain that I thought was a plot hole. Boulder goes on a killing spree, killing Valley, Boulder, Vala, and finally Vor, leaving only Xehanort and Ericus to defend all of Scala at Kylum. During the final confrontation,
I've been lurking while sleeping for the corporal. I appreciate it, sure, y'all really do. Get your good hard working in, boy.
With Boulder, he calls Xehanort out on how light and darkness is not as simple as good or evil. If you can't tell, this is a running theme throughout Dark Road, and I'll talk about that more in a moment. We also see Master Odin using No Name with a unique chain attack that I don't think I ever remember seeing. It would have had to been during Birth by Sleep, as Xehanort doesn't really use No Name in Kingdom Hearts 3 for combat reasons. Terranort uses something very similar to this, however I don't know if it's the same ability or attack, or if it is something specific with Terranort himself. Xehanort kills Baldur, and by the end of the game, Xehanort and Ericus are about to take the Mark of Mastery exam, Master Odin wanting to retire as soon as they gain the title of Master. I find it incredibly interesting that this attack on Skala was more than likely the mass slaughter of the majority of the Keyblade wielders, explaining why there are only 3 Masters by the beginning of Birth by Sleep. However, the thing that honestly blew my mind the most was the fact that Bragg was Lushu. This is something that I feel we need to just constantly be watching going forward into the series, especially in a Missing Link. Lushu is capable of being anyone at any point in time. Lastly, Xehanort talking to the mysterious old man about how he recognizes that Skald looks like his mother is very interesting to me. There was an interview with Nomura that has already confirmed that Skald is not his mother, further supporting that she is in fact Subject X. However, he did say that Skald is related to Xehanort's mother, which adds a layer of complexity. The mysterious old man also says that he has had multiple lifetimes. At first, I was under the assumption that he was also Lushu, since we know that Lushu could have been raising Xehanort and then go into Bragg's body later on. However, giving myself time to think about this,
did he I'm a little late on that. Did he barely connect that fucking Bragg was Lushu, but fucking Bragg was fucking Sigbar? Like, did he just not connect that that's just fucking Lushu? Because he said that he was surprised that Bragg was Lushu. I'm like, yeah, Bragg is Zigbar and Zigbar's Lushu. Like, did he just connect? Okay, I don't know. Like, you kind of get that fucking after you play like Kingdom Hearts 2, but you know, I mean, whatever.
That the mysterious old man is actually Brain. He would have had 2 lifetimes technically, one during the Age of Fairy Tales and then one during the Age of Skala. I feel like it's fairly likely, and he also calls Ephemer a dear friend, which Lushu doesn't really do. At its core, I believe that Kingdom Hearts Dark Road is about oversimplification. Xehanort nor Ericus really understood the severity of what they were getting into at the start of the game. It also dwells on some pretty intense subject matter in terms of justification and rationalization. These kids are forced to ask some pretty difficult questions about whether or not what they were taught was right, what their true purpose is in the grand scheme of all of the worlds. It's the entire reason why the upperclassmen defect from Skala and go to such a drastic extreme to deal with the death of their friends, crippling the worlds in the process in order to do so. This may even be why we see Ericus move from such a stern point of, no, all darkness is bad, to later on in life explaining to Terra that yes, even though there is darkness in your heart, you need to learn to control that. As I said earlier, this is why I love Kingdom Hearts. It's able to explore these dark subject matters without getting shut down by Disney. However, if I did have to give one nitpick for this game, it is the one scene where Xehanort and Ericus fight with their respective Keyblades. We don't really get any context for why they're fighting, when, or where they got the Keyblades. It would have been nice to see Odin give him No Name and Ericus receive Master's Defender somehow. Yeah. But overall, like I said, this is a nitpick and doesn't exactly hurt the story overall. Dark Road took almost 2 years to finish after multiple delays, but
damn, was it 2 years? Fuck.
The world building, the characters, and story easily put this in the top 5 Kingdom Hearts stories, in my own opinion. I know it's been a long time waiting for the story to wrap up, but I'm more than happy with what we have here, and I'd easily recommend it to anyone within the community. The gameplay, as per usual, is lackluster in this case.
Yeah, it's a mobile game.
But that is how it is with all mobile games for this franchise, unfortunately. Here's hoping that Missing Link has a more engaging gameplay and a story to match. Thank you, everybody, for watching. You know.
He didn't like. I didn't really like the way he fucking explained it that much either. I'll be honest. But it was alright. Okay, I know it now. Oh, Braggy. Sorry, I heard brag. I didn't hear the I or whatever. Head of vessel, which is just enough. He skipped a bit too much. He did. He really fucking did. I'll be honest. I'm not a big fan of how this dude kind of like explains shit, but that's fine. Oh, that was a secret ending, huh? That he was fucking.
Of course, this lore makes the Guardian droop his head a little, and Xehanort asks, "What's wrong?"
Fuck it, let's watch it. Let's just watch this, and this will be the last thing. So, you know, Baldur's isolation. Yeah, that's why I kind of wish fucking Damo or fucking this guy Kind of wish he explained it a little bit better, you know, but, you know, he didn't fucking, for some reason, I guess he just didn't make a video on that for some reason. I don't know. Alright, let's just watch this last 20 minutes, and I think that should be the end of Dark Roads, I believe, and then we're just completely done with that shit.
In this video, I will be going over the events of the post-credits ending of the long-awaited Kingdom Hearts Dark Road finale, then explaining what it all means.
Yeah, I didn't really
as well
like
as
how that
covering
last guy
the
fucking
large
explained shit.
implications for the future of the series. Of course, this will all be one huge spoiler, so please be sure that you have experienced the game for yourself, or at very least the cutscenes, before watching this video.
No.
With that being said, let's dive in. 9 years prior,
He was busy with the voiceover of the whole Union Next Door. Yeah.
Fireside on a beautiful, cloudless night on the Destiny
It wasn't necessary, but I mean,
this
yeah.
young charge left the crudely constructed wooden shack that they called home and beckoned out to sea before joining his guardian by the fire and curling up in his lap. The older person told the young boy that he was the child of destiny, a special child that is prophesied to save the world from darkness. Though Xehanort is currently confined to these isles for his own safety, that won't always be the case. When he is strong enough to overcome the darkness, he will venture out on his own, and in his journey he will encounter many, many people. It's through his interactions with these people that his heart will be guided, his thoughts shaped, his destiny laid. Xehanort seems overjoyed at the idea of leaving his home and seeing what's out there, and also wonders if when he gets strong enough, perhaps he might meet his mother again, still retaining scant memories of her from the small time they had together before she tearfully handed her newborn son to the person in the blue coat for his own protection. Thinking of his mother also reminds the young boy of a group of friends that Xehanort regularly sees in his dreams. One of these 6 people looks just like his mother, but there are also 5 others, including one that looks just like the person in blue. Speaking of these people makes the Guardian droop his head a little, and Xehanort asks what's wrong. Xehanort's Guardian grasps the youngster gently in his arms as the boy peacefully drifts to sleep, and is now completely convinced that Xehanort is the child of destiny. Xehanort has connected his heart to his guardians
isn't it?
without even realizing it, and in Xehanort's dreams he regularly sees people and places that are actually his guardian's memories of what he describes as his first life. In that first life, this person lived in a town called Daybreak Town, where a copy of a manuscript known as the Book of Prophecies was handed to one of the Guardian's dear friends, even though most of its contents were never
It's Player. I
revealed.
thought Player was fucking
In the
Xehanort.
Guardian's next life, they learned that the light was to expire and darkness prevail. However, the Child of Destiny would alter this outcome. This prophesied child was said to have the ability to feel, share, and embrace what others felt in their hearts, and even connect their heart with another to become one, and would apparently hail from the Isles of Destiny. It seems like the robed man had more to say this night about his first and second lifetime, but still felt it was too soon.
Oh, it was just a theory, okay.
Over the years, Xehanort would grow, and surely more stories would be told. Years passed, and the boy was now a teenager, and the mysterious man had reached the end of his second lifetime. It was time for Xehanort to begin his own journey, an adventure in which he would meet many people, and be molded by many hearts. The robed figure believed that Xehanort would connect to others in the same way that he had connected to his guardian, but it would not always be a pleasant experience. Some hearts are simply not good, and will attempt to poison Xehanort's own, causing him to feel fear, hatred, hurt, sorrow, even tremendous loss. But he must not waver. He must continue down this path, and should he succeed, the road he walks will lead him into light and fellowship, and that ultimately, Xehanort will become Light's master. The blue-cloaked figure speaks with such certainty, is so convinced that Xehanort is the child of destiny, because he is the great-great-grandson of Ephema, someone that the blue-robed figure considers a dear friend. The Guardian has surely told Xehanort many things about both his first and second life. However, we will not get to hear any more of it in this installment. The end of this life has come, and the blue-coated figure's body is shown to fade into light.
Damn, Xehanort just didn't fucking like pay attention to him dying.
This scene is mostly symbolic. I don't think the old person in blue literally falls to the ground while Xehanort stands there uncaringly. But we are shown that the heart closes a lot of distance between itself and Xehanort, but seems to tilt skyward at the last moment. The heart has probably moved on to the final world, but you never know. Perhaps it may linger. So, what does all this mean? Who was that person in the blue coat? Well, it was us. At the end of Kingdom Hearts Union Cross, our playable character made the ultimate sacrifice. To quickly summarize, they, Ephema, and Skuld found themselves surrounded by 4 of the 13 primordial darknesses, and the player tricked Ephema into stealing them away in a corridor between Data Daybreak Town and the rest of the Data worlds. As our character held their Chirithy friend in their arms, Data Daybreak Town began to enter a sort of sleep mode, something that the Master of Masters designed this world to do as soon as the arcs were used, to transport people out of this world as a failsafe if the darknesses here were unable to be defeated. To quote Brain, if something causes this world to freeze, it can be rebooted and restored. The end of this world is nothing like the end of the real one. Like I said, sleep mode. So Daybreak Town went to sleep, and all the residents of the world went to sleep along with it. As they entered the state of sleep, their own Chirithy partners protected them by merging their hearts into their bodies and taking on the appearance of spirit dream eaters.
Yeah!
Our Chirithy told our character that they also had the option to fall asleep, but if they wanted to, they could refuse sleep, and their heart would melt into a new one instead. Our character then saw a brief instance of their new life. They saw a baby swaddled in a blanket being tearfully handed by its mother to a person in a blue cloak in a world that we later learned is called Scala ad Caelum. That person and the baby then begin their lives on Destiny Islands, that lasts until the baby is grown into a young teenager, at which point the person in the blue cloak passes away, seemingly from natural causes. The youth, which we can clearly recognize as Xehanort, will then return to Scala ad Caelum, and eventually form a strong friendship with another boy named Ericus. The player seems at peace with their decision and refuses sleep, melting away into their new life. Dark Road also began with shots of Xehanort dreaming about the player's adventure throughout Kingdom Hearts Key, and so when Union Cross's finale came out, it seemed safe to assume that the person the player was melting into was Xehanort. However, as of Dark Road's ending, that assumption was definitely proven incorrect. In a long line of beautifully meta moments, our Kingdom Hearts Key's character's second life seems to be that of the protagonist of Kingdom Hearts Missing Link. When we load up Missing Link and begin to play as our chosen avatar, we are again canonically a person of some importance in the story of Kingdom Hearts. It isn't clear whether or not our Missing Link
So I was right.
that
that
complete memories
fucking that this scholars for fucking Missing Link
trickle back to them over time, or whether there will be some sort of instigating event that allows the player to gain back their original memories. Say, for example, perhaps they meet their original again, are being literally designed to hold on to its chosen wielder's memories, but it almost doesn't matter. It's this awesome Kingdom Hearts meta moment again. We, the actual player holding the controller, remember the events of Kingdom Hearts Key and Union Cross, so maybe that's enough.
We can assume that the playable character of Missing Link will have
Why the fuck did he just get so loud all of a sudden? What the fuck? Sorry.
their own adventures and battle against their fair share of enemies. And it's possible we've already seen them from the Missing Link trailer. This person all dressed in white could feasibly serve as the default appearance of the Missing Link protagonist before you customize them. But either way, it seems like at some point in our character's second lifetime that they will discover what sounds like an almost word-for-word retelling of the final page of the Book of Prophecies. Light will see defeat and expire, and darkness will prevail evermore. However, whereas the foretellers heard this passage and unsuccessfully tried to avert it,
He got so much louder all of a sudden. I don't like it.
People of Missing Link place their faith in a child of destiny, a prophesized child that will save the world from darkness. Player is aware of Xehanort's lineage. He will be born to a mother who looks remarkably like Skuld, and is believed to be Ephema's
Bro discovered a cane!
We don't know how much information the player actually has, but they seem utterly convinced that this child is the fated child of destiny. So much so that they are willing to spend the rest of their natural life on the Destiny Islands to protect Xehanort from the darkness, as well as to ensure that Xehanort hails from these isles as prophesized. However, players' devotion to Ephema may be blinding them. Whether it is Xehanort himself or one of his various alter egos, Xehanort has been the central antagonist for essentially every Kingdom Hearts game thus far, by Union Cross. He has a large role in causing the Keyblade War that, by all current understandings, is the war written about in those final pages of the Book of Prophecies, and he is most certainly not the child that averts the disaster. But it sounds like Xehanort spends his entire life believing that he is. The Dark Road's secret ending implies the player has told Xehanort of his role as the Child of Destiny many times, and perhaps laid too many expectations upon him. 10 years later, a year after the tragic events of the upperclassman's disappearance, Xehanort will be preparing for his own Mark of Mastery exam, by traveling the various worlds to broaden his horizons. On his quest, he travels through a corridor of darkness, feeling far different emotions than he did on his initial adventure. These corridors of darkness are corrosive to even Keyblade armor. Xehanort and his classmates know this all too well, and even with the armor's protection, he can still feel the darkness seeping further into his heart. However, as we know, Xehanort has been raised to believe that he is the child of destiny, and that his heart will be able to weather any challenge. No darkness can overcome him, and so he forgoes his armor's protection, nearly succumbing to its instant influence. He is only saved by the intervention of the enigmatic man known as the Master of Masters, who is traveling the corridors of darkness at this very moment, and refers to Xehanort as the Singularity. The Master offers Xehanort the iconic black coat that will be seen many more times throughout the Kingdom Hearts series, and among the things the pair discuss, the Master of Masters brings up the idea of a kind of false light. Emotions that one could feel towards someone they love that aren't necessarily good or well-meaning. Perhaps the well-intentioned player has instilled Xehanort with a harmful level of faith that has done more damage than good. 65 years later, Xehanort again embarks on another voyage through these dark depths, this time with a gravely wounded Ventus in tow.
Oh, little van!
This must chronologically follow the attempt to split Ventus into darkness and light, and the idea to leave his body on the Destiny Islands to peacefully die, before he decided to bring him to his old friend Ericus's to be raised in the light. Here, Xehanort again believes that his heart is strong, and that as such he can withstand the strain of the overwhelming corrosive emotions found in these corridors. He remembers back to his original mentor, the player character, embarking on a similar journey with his newborn self, and recalls that his mentor taught Xehanort that the one inscribed in the book, the one chosen to be a dark vessel, can connect their hearts to others and feel what they feel. He opens his arms wide as if to embrace the darkness, and lets them flow into his heart and questions, will he finally be deemed worthy? After all this time, it seems like Xehanort still believes he is the child of destiny, that his is the righteous path, and yet still seems to not feel worthy of the mantle. As we know from Kingdom Hearts 3, Xehanort's crusade will ultimately conclude with him finally creating the Keyblade. He will summon Kingdom Hearts, and begin the purge of all worlds, resetting everything back to whence it started, something he learned about in Dark Road. Even in defeat, Xehanort reasons that this was all in service of using the light of Kingdom Hearts to give a fresh start to the worlds that have found themselves infected with darkness like a plague. But Sora, Xehanort's conqueror, tells the old master that
it wasn't your decision to make.
Then whose was it? The world needs someone to stand up and lead. Someone strong. To stop the weak from polluting the world with their endless darkness. Someone to dictate their destiny.
If so, you're not that person, Xehanort.
Sora stares down Xehanort, his resolve unwavering, and in those eyes, Xehanort sees something that reminds him of an old friend. As the rest of the Guardians of Light arrive after defeating the Dark Vessels, Ericus's heart emerges from Terra's body and demands he hand over the Keyblade. But Xehanort is stubborn, and even now when he is completely outnumbered, he still clings to the idea that he is the one that must do this. But Ericus's kind words finally get through to the Old Master, and Xehanort peacefully entrusts Sora with the Keyblade. After refusing to see him as anything more than a pawn, simply a dull, ordinary boy, and genuinely unwilling to even
I just noticed I didn't have
consider a
subtitles
role
on.
in which Sora would be
Whoops.
him, perhaps Xehanort now sees Sora for what he truly is. It makes complete sense for Sora to be the true child of destiny. In much the same way that Blank Points, the secret ending of Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep, was a beautiful homage to Sora and all the people that were counting on him to save them, the Dark Road ending also features a loving description of the hero of this entire series. Sora has met and interacted with so many people, even if he has never met them in person, and it is explicitly stated that Sora is who he is because of them. Like Xehanort, Sora can also feel and share what is in the hearts of others, and as seen with Ventus, Roxas, Xion, and even Kairi, Sora has connected his heart with those of others to become one. Sora was of course actually born and raised on the Destiny Islands, perhaps laying more of a claim to the title than Xehanort, who moved there shortly after his birth. And of course, Sora has encountered endless darkness as well, feeling so much suffering, especially in Kingdom Hearts 3 at the tragic loss of his friends, as light faded and darkness prevailed. But as
Don't remind me of that scene.
the Child of Destiny
I'm gonna get there again. I'm gonna cry again.
Sora punctured a hole in the
Swear to
fabric of
God.
time and emerged into a world where light triumphed over the darkness.
I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna cry again, man.
From all the information we have so
Ah.
far, it truly seems like Sora fits the description, and perhaps he will rise to the mantle of Light's master in Kingdom Hearts 4, if he's not there already. Perhaps young Xehanort himself even recognizes this. One particular scene in Kingdom Hearts 3 has always stuck with me. After all young Xehanort's grandstanding and bravado, in a moment where only Sora can hear what he is saying, he takes the opportunity to whisper.
Wait! Find the hearts joined to yours.
Huh? Perhaps the young man realizes that while he can't outright betray his future self, maybe from his perspective he sees that instead of wasting his life trying to live up to expectations he will never reach, perhaps Sora is the true inheritor of the mantle. So despite sharing many of Sora's attributes with him, and Boulder for that matter, and despite what player believes, I don't think Xehanort is the true destined child. So where does that leave Xehanort then, if his role in all of this is not to be the child of destiny? The Master of Masters referred to Xehanort as the Singularity, which is something I find extremely interesting that I will hopefully touch on later, but something that really stuck with me was when Master Odin stated that the Seeker of Darkness would finally be upon them. Of course, the title of Seeker of Darkness has been a concept ever since the very first Kingdom Hearts game, but Master Odin seems to consider it as some sort of prophesized arrival. Of course, at that point, Boulder will soon reveal his grand plan as a person corrupted by darkness, but the way Odin speaks, I almost wonder if the Seeker of Darkness is something that is also covered by the Book of Prophecies that perhaps the player doesn't know about, and an archetype that Xehanort fits into perfectly. As Vidar said, true light is something that shines even in the face of confusion and uncertainty, and the light truly had to shine bright to snuff out the overwhelming darkness that Xehanort wrought. This is getting out of hand for an explanation of a 6-minute cutscene. So let me quickly touch on Xehanort's mother, a woman that looks remarkably like Skuld, though who has been confirmed to be a separate person from Skuld. Just quickly, several possibilities come to mind with varied probability of being true. One option, Skuld did not time travel into the future at all. She, off-screen, washed ashore slightly after Ephema did, and together the pair maybe started a family together, where the pair's great-granddaughter bore a very similar appearance to Skuld, something that I feel like is a fairly common trope. Or perhaps she didn't necessarily pair up with Ephema at all, but she is somewhere else along the family tree, even if she actually did time travel, but just not as far into the future as Brain or Ven or anyone else did. But I feel like Player has a lot of respect for Skuld as well, which is why I find it strange that if Skuld truly was his family member, he wouldn't mention Skuld when describing Xehanort's lineage to him, and only mention Ephema. Another option, Skuld at the very least must have had parents, so perhaps she also had siblings.
Yeah.
And perhaps these hypothetical siblings wound up in Scarlet Kylum after Daybreak Town's destruction, and again, now exist as Xehanort's ancestors. If Skuld or one of her relatives is in Xehanort's family tree, I feel like Missing Link will let us know.
I don't think Skuld's fucked Ephema. No, I don't think so.
Missing Link will be an active Keyblade wielder at the time of Xehanort's and Ericus' grandparents, no matter who they are, and it's possible that they may even be major characters in the story. I mean, it's already heavily implied that Brain is Ericus' grandfather. If Skuld is an ancestor of Xehanort, though, that suddenly destroys one of the major current fan theories that people have about the identity of Subject X. The only clues we have about Subject X's identity so far are that at the time she was discovered in Radiant Garden, she was an approximately 15-year-old amnesiac girl, with the only details that she was able to recall about her life, implying that she originated from the Age of Fairy Tales. She remembered 4 friends and a key, and the phrase, "May your heart be your guiding key," but very little else. Skuld seemed to fit the description quite well, especially in the light of the Union Cross finale. However, if she either didn't time travel or didn't travel into the present, well, then that basically rules out her chances of being Subject X. I'd say that puts the next most likely candidate for being Subject X as Master Ava, given that she was not in attendance with the other foretellers that were summoned back to this world after the conclusion of Xehanort's Keyblade War. It's worth noting that Ava and Skuld have been described as being very similar to each other multiple times in the past. Perhaps those similarities are not just in personality, but also in appearance. Though, I do like the idea that we could potentially have both scenarios about Skuld be true. What if Skuld is still Subject X, but sometime after being rescued by the man with the eye patch, she time travels again back to the past. Dark Road established that Xehanort would like to see his mother again, and Ansem the Seeker of Darkness showed a great desire to locate Subject X. I don't know that we can completely rule Skuld out of the running for being Subject X just yet. That's outside the scope of this video though, so perhaps we should leave things off here. Dark Road was an experience that I really enjoyed and I think was well worth the wait, and I am extremely excited for everything it sets up for Missing Link, and I hope you all are too. There is still plenty more to cover, including the main Dark Road story itself, so I hope you will subscribe and stay tuned for more. All the best, friends. We'll talk soon. Bye bye.
Nice. Alright, I think that's... Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's everything from fucking X to all the way down to fucking Dark Road. Ugh. Fuck, that was like... How long was that? That was like 3.5, 4 hours? Holy fuck. Yeah, 4 hours. 4.5 hours. Huh. Question, I haven't seen fucking Missing Link gameplay. Is it like fucking Pogo, or can you just stationary and just move around? Cause I don't really fucking know. I haven't really looked at it. Sorry, I feel a little drained after fucking listening to so much lore. You could be stationary and still play? Like actually move around and stuff like that in the game? Play like also in a mobile game. So pretty much like Pogo. No, I haven't really seen shit. I kind of don't want to see anything, but at the same time I do kind of want to be part of it. You know, but I'll have to wait until like fucking I'm gonna have to wait until January to actually play it. So it's already multiple times confirmed. Cool. Good, because that means I get to play without fucking going out. Alright, well, we learned a lot of fucking shit, which is fucking crazy. My brain is rotting right now. Like, that was a lot of shit. That was a lot of shit, actually. Holy fuck. My brain kind of rotted. Shit, that was a lot to take in. I do want to talk about it, but at the same time, I'm just like, fuck, my brain still can't comprehend a lot of shit. You know? I mean, now I understand the entire fucking mobile game and stuff like that, which is nice to know because I didn't really know shit about it, like, at all, you know? So knowing about, you know, fucking how it all kind of began, and then what, like, you know, the whole fucking Xehanort shit like that, you know? Is trailer in beta territory? Yeah, but I'm not gonna really fuck with that until like I either play the game or people actually complete it and just make a video about it, you know? Well, for Missing Link, if we're talking about Missing Link, but for Melody of Memory, I gotta play it. Well, I gotta buy it and play it. I'm gonna see if I can get it on sale, but that's gonna be a little bit. I'm gonna go take a piss real quick. Actually, I don't know. Are we gonna talk about it? I don't really think I have anything to say. Cause I mean, I kind of said what I wanted to say while we were watching it, in all honesty. You know? Just any spoilers until I play it from now on too. Yeah, that's why I haven't really looked at anything or like watched any videos. I've seen like clips of like, you know, the customization and the fighting and stuff like that. That's like the only thing I've seen, which is cool looking, don't get me wrong. But I'm not gonna go and like watch any videos, like theory videos or anything like that. No. I'm gonna fucking experience that myself. I'm not watching anyone else do that shit. Fuck no. You know. Yeah, now I understand everything, which is nice. The only thing that I'm missing in my brain is Fragmentary Passage, which we're gonna be playing next, probably starting Monday, because tomorrow I should be playing I should be playing Lethal Company with the boys tomorrow. Well, after the Fortnite event, because I'm probably gonna go live when the Fortnite event goes live, probably like maybe a couple minutes before then, just to stream it, because fuck it, why not? And then we're gonna be playing some Lethal Company the rest of the stream. So yeah, Monday we'll start with Birth by Sleep, a Fragmentary Passage, and then whenever we finish that shit, we'll go straight to Kingdom Hearts 3, because that'll be the last fucking thing, you know. I'm hoping we could at least get to fucking Kingdom Hearts 3 by the end of December, you know, and start the new year with Kingdom Hearts 3 and finish it, and then do Melody of Memory. So no, I never bought it. I never bought Melody of Memory on Switch, or at least I don't think I did. I mean, I don't have a physical copy. I'd want a physical copy, but no, I never bought it. I said I was going to, but I never did. So I don't know if I did. I don't think I did. Played through it in one stream. Oh, is it just 3 hours? Okay, cool. I thought it was gonna be a little bit longer. All right, cool. Good to know. Good to know. Pretty much like DLC. No, I didn't. I talked about it a lot. I talked about getting it a lot on fucking the Switch. I don't know if I will still or not. I might want to keep it on the PlayStation because I have all the other fucking Kingdom Hearts games on the PlayStation. And plus trophies. You know, trophies are really fucking nice. So we'll see. Yeah. Yeah, no, right now I literally cannot process anything to say about all the lore. You know, maybe fucking one day we'll just go back to it and just talk about it a little bit. But right now my brain cannot fucking process everything. I'm gonna be sitting quietly in the call with the boys after, and I'm literally just gonna be thinking about it. You know? You know, that's gonna be on my mind all fucking night. So but that was some good shit, honestly. It explained a lot. There was a lot of shit that I didn't know, which is kind of crazy thinking about it now. You know, playing through pretty much all the fucking games and being like, what the fuck, you know? It's cheaper than digital. Yeah, no, I was gonna buy digital. Fuck no, I want physical. So my theory video has to wait before you finish 0.2 since I use cutscenes from it. Ah, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. I mean, if you say it's only 3 hours, I'll finish it on Monday, most likely. Unless I fucking die because I'm gonna be underleveled. But, that's a whole different story. Fuck it, 3 hour stream was playing that. No, I'm kidding. Nah, I'm okay. But yeah, some crazy shit, honestly. Digital is 60 for some reason versus the 30 physical and 13 for PS4. But it's pre-owned only for some. Let me check my GameStops. Come on. I finished in 3 hours on crit though. Okay. Oh my god! Wow. It fucking. Oh, it is $13. Oh yeah, it's only pre-owned. Do I want pre-owned? That's the thing. I like having my own thing to make it pre-owned, you know? Wait, you can play online? What the fuck? That's kind of cool. Yeah, digital for the Switch is $60. Physical is $30 on the Switch, and then pre-owned is $25. What the fuck? What the fuck? I mean, as long as pre-owned doesn't mean it's fucking all scratched up and shit, you know, and the case isn't all beat up, then I'm kind of, I'd be happy, you know? Same on Epic. Yeah, no, I'm not buying shit on Epic. I'm probably only gonna buy Kingdom Hearts 3 and Kingdom Hearts 2 on Epic. That means I'm gonna have to buy every single Kingdom Hearts most likely, because I do want to mod it. I do want to mod Kingdom Hearts, and I said I was going to, so. $24.88 on Amazon. I might just go for that instead. Because sometimes I don't like giving my money to GameStop. So, yeah. I might just do that instead. Yeah, no, all the fucking lore that we learned today was all fucking brand new to me, and it was great. It was some good shit, and it changed how I saw a lot of the game. Sorry. It was really fucking cool though. I really enjoyed it. I'm a little like watching it all now really makes me a lot more mad that I didn't fucking play the mobile games, because I was like, yo, it's a mobile game. I don't want to play it. But that's why I fucked up. I should have fucking played it. I really should have. I would like to play sometimes too. Yeah. If I do that, I'm probably gonna have to buy it on the Switch, because I don't want to buy a membership on fucking PlayStation just to play fucking Melody of Memory. I wouldn't want to do that. I'd probably buy it on Switch as to play multiplayer, because fucking I have membership for Switch. Yeah, honestly, I wish I fucking played the mobile games, and plus I really wish I played it so my name could be in the Kingdom Hearts 3 game forever. That would have been really fucking cool. But I didn't play, so my name never gonna be in Kingdom Hearts, and I'm fucking sad about it. Sorry. But I don't think I put my name. No, I think you have to get to a certain point or some shit like that to have your name in it. I forget. I'm not really too sure on how that worked. Cool. All right. That's all done then. We watched fucking like what, 4 hours of lore videos, which is great. There was a lot of people who, well, there's a few people who I just didn't like the way they explained it, or the way that they skipped over a couple of fucking details, or a lot of details actually. But other than that, it was really fucking good. Watching the animated cutscenes on the PlayStation was really fucking good. That shit was fucking, it looked so great. But that didn't really explain everything. I don't think I know everything about fucking, no, I think I do know everything about fucking, X, now that I watched that first video. So, because the animated one didn't really show everything. So, it was good though. I enjoyed it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna end it there. I'm not gonna talk about it because my brain still can't process anything, and I kind of gotta take a shit. Yeah, no, that'll be the end of the stream. Thank you everybody for coming out today. It's very, very much appreciated. We are ending at like 4.5 hours of just pure fucking lore, which is great. I'm glad we could do this whole Kingdom Hearts roadmap shit, because finding new lore that I didn't know about and understanding it a little bit more is fucking great. You know, yeah, I'll be live again tomorrow. I don't know, I might go live a little earlier than I'm intending to, because I don't know when the Fortnite event starts tomorrow. So when it starts, that's when it, like probably like a couple minutes before, I'm gonna fucking I'm gonna start stream and just stream that and get hit with a fat copyright strike, because they said that's what's gonna happen. And then yeah, we'll do Lethal Company with the boys after that, and then yeah, and then Monday we'll do a fragmentary passage, and then I guess after that, if it's only 3 hours, we'll just go straight to Kingdom Hearts 3, and then see how long that goes, and yeah, go on to Melody of Memory, and then that'll end it. I'm gonna say we'll probably be done with the roadmap by the end of January, because we literally just hit fucking December. Yeah, we might be done with the roadmap by the end of January, mid-January to the end of January. We'll be done with the whole Kingdom Hearts roadmap. So we'll see though. We'll see. And then after that, I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do. I said I was either gonna learn like trying to speedrun Kingdom Hearts 2 or mod it, because I do want to do a randomizer, and that'd be kind of cool. That'd be fun. All right, let me see if I want to raid anybody. I kind of don't want to raid anybody. I kind of don't have that energy as of right now. I'll be dead honest. Yeah, I don't have that type of energy right now. I gotta kind of gotta take a shit. But yeah, no, again, thank you everybody for coming out today. It's very, very much appreciated. That was a good fucking lore watch. Knowing me, I'm gonna go through it again at one point, just to, like, you know, understand it a lot more, because I do understand it, but there are still certain things that I am confused about. So I'll probably rewatch it for the fuck of it at one point. But yeah, no, thank you everybody for watching the cutscenes with me. I do appreciate it. It's a great experience to fucking, you know, have with everyone. Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow, probably live before 5 p.m. because I don't remember when the fucking Fortnite event starts. I'll probably check later tonight, make an announcement. So I'll let you guys know later on, before tomorrow. Yeah, thank you everybody for coming out today, and until come cancel emo, just a circle jerk. They're just coming. What do you mean? What you mean? Highly recommend watching the actual thing too. Like what? Because the cutscenes are more detailed and like fucking the cutscenes and reading all the stuff. Yeah, I probably will at one point, or maybe just watch that one dude's fucking fan dub of it. You know. So we'll see though. We'll see. Yeah, no, thank you everybody again. I appreciate it. I think it's like 11 p.m. my time. Oh, okay, then we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, again, thank you everybody, and until tomorrow, see y'all later. Take care. Goodbye.